It was a Tuesday afternoon, late in October, when I nearly paddled straight into something I still can't explain. I was 34 at the time, fit, and thought I knew the coastal waters of Maine like the back of my hand. Most people know me as Dave. I'm an independent marine mechanic, and spending time on the water, whether for work or pleasure, was just part of my life. My shop is nestled in a small, quiet town, a place where everyone knows everyone, and the ocean dictates the rhythm of daily life. Solitude was something I cherished, especially after long, noisy days wrestling with engines. This particular trip was supposed to be a simple, soul-cleansing paddle. I'd launched my 12-foot touring kayak from a secluded cove I'd always considered my secret spot. It was a perfect launch point, hidden from the main tourist routes, a place where the only sounds were the gulls and the gentle lapping of waves against the shore. I'd packed light, a dry bag with some water, a sandwich, my phone for emergencies, though reception out there was spotty at best, and my old, reliable GPS unit. No fancy gadgets, just the essentials. My plan was to follow the rugged coastline, weave through a scattering of small, uninhabited islands, and then head back before sunset. I'd done this route dozens of times. It was familiar territory, comfortable. What I hadn't accounted for was the weather, or rather, the suddenness with which it could change. I pride myself on checking the forecasts, but that morning, the sky had been clear, a brilliant, crisp blue that promised a perfect autumn day. There wasn't a whisper of a fog warning, not even a mention of coastal haze. My first mistake, looking back, was going out alone. My second, perhaps, was trusting the forecast a little too much and my own judgment a little too little. I should have paid more attention to the subtle shift in the air, that peculiar dampness that creeps in when the sea decides to swallow the sky. But I was deep in my own head, enjoying the rhythm of my paddle strokes, the cool breeze on my face, and the complete absence of human noise. I must have been about an hour and a half out, rounding the outermost island when I first noticed it. A distant, milky haze on the horizon, like a smudge of erased pencil. At first, I didn't think much of it. Coastal fog wasn't unheard of, even in October. It often burned off quickly once the sun got higher, but this wasn't burning off. It was rolling in, fast and silent, a white wall devouring the distant tree line. Within minutes, the haze transformed into a thick, swirling curtain. The air grew heavy, the temperature dropping several degrees almost instantly. The familiar shapes of the islands began to blur, then dissolve entirely. The distinct line where the sky met the sea vanished, replaced by an indistinguishable gray. I pulled out my compass and GPS, trying to get my bearings, but the visibility was already down to a few boat lengths. Panic, a cold, small knot, began to form in my stomach. I was good in the fog, I told myself. I'd navigated it before. Just keep calm, stick to the plan. I adjusted my course, aiming for what I calculated was the general direction of my launch cove, relying heavily on the GPS. The water was unnaturally still now, the normal choppy waves muted by the thick air. The gulls had gone silent, and the only sound was the gentle drip-drip of condensation from my paddle. It was like paddling through cotton, a world without edges or sound. It was during this unnerving quiet, when the fog had fully enveloped me, that I saw it. Or rather, I thought I saw it. A faint glow, a soft, amber light flickering dimly through the oppressive gray. It was off to my left, perhaps a quarter-mile away, maybe less. It looked like a lantern. My first thought was another kayaker, or maybe a small fishing dinghy. Someone else caught out in the sudden pea souper. I even cupped my hands around my mouth, ready to shout a greeting, a warning. But then the light bobbed, not with the gentle sway of a boat on calm water, but with an odd, almost deliberate motion. And then it vanished, swallowed by the fog as quickly as it had appeared, leaving behind only the same featureless gray and a prickle of unease on my skin. The prickle grew, crawling up my spine like an icy spider. I shook my head, trying to dislodge the image to rationalize it. A trick of the fog, I told myself. The way light refracts, bounces, plays tricks on your eyes in such conditions. Maybe it was a distant buoy, its solar-powered lamp flickering as it struggled against the damp. Or a fishing boat, a lobsterman checking traps, his lantern swinging as he worked. But the bobbing motion hadn't felt like the gentle roll of a boat. It had felt deliberate, and the way it vanished so completely, so abruptly, left a hollow echo in my gut. I gripped my paddle tighter, the smooth carbon cold beneath my fingers. My breath, usually steady, hitched. I pulled my GPS unit back into view, checking the small screen. The map showed me still roughly on course, a blue dot inching slowly through a digital representation of the featureless gray I was actually in. But the compass, usually a reliable north seeker, was wavering slightly, a subtle tremor that was more pronounced than I remembered. I tapped it, then held it still, watching the needle. It settled, then gave another tiny, almost imperceptible twitch. Probably just the cold, I thought, or the damp affecting the mechanism, or perhaps the magnetism of something nearby. I dismissed the thought, forcing myself to focus. Right, north, direction, home. I paddled on, each stroke a conscious effort to push away the unsettling image of the light. The silence had become heavier, pressing in from all sides. It wasn't just the absence of sound. It was a profound, suffocating quiet that seemed to absorb any noise I made. My paddle dips were muted, the gentle swish of water against the hull barely audible. I found myself holding my breath, straining my ears, listening for anything, a gull, a distant boat horn, the faint rumble of a lobster boat engine. But there was nothing. Only the dull thud of my own heartbeat in my ears, accelerating with each passing moment. My eyes ached from staring into the unbroken gray. There was no horizon, no sky, no water, just a swirling, opaque curtain that shifted subtly with an unseen current. It felt like I was suspended in nothingness, paddling through a vast, ethereal void. The cold had intensified, seeping into my gear, making my hands numb despite my gloves. My mind, usually sharp and practical, began to wander into unsettling territory. I remembered old sailors' tales, whispers of ships lost in the fog, of spectral lights luring mariners onto rocks. Nonsense, I told myself, fiercely. I was a man of logic, a mechanic. Everything had an explanation. But the light had been so out of place. It hadn't looked like a marine light, not really. It had been a softer, older kind of glow, like an oil lamp or a hurricane lantern, something from a different era. I must have paddled for another 20 minutes, my muscles growing tired, my shoulders aching, before I saw it again. This time it was closer, much closer. A distinct, pulsing amber glow directly ahead, perhaps only 100 yards away. It wasn't flickering now. It was a steady, rhythmic throb, like a heartbeat of light through the mist. And this time I could make out a faint silhouette behind it, indistinct and wavering, but definitely there. It was large. Taller than anything I expected to find out here. My first thought was that I had somehow veered drastically off course and was about to collide with a navigation buoy or a channel marker. But the glow was too warm, too deep in amber for lead marine light. And the silhouette, it wasn't the familiar shape of a buoy. It was elongated, almost rectangular, rising vertically out of the water. My paddle froze mid-stroke, dripping silently. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum in the oppressive silence. Curiosity, a dangerous, primal urge, warred with a rising tide of fear. What if it was a disabled vessel, someone in trouble? I had to check. It was the main way, the way of the water. You didn't leave someone adrift. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the thick air, swallowed almost immediately by the fog. There was no reply, only the rhythmic pulse of the amber light drawing me in. I decided to approach cautiously. If it was a vessel, I needed to make sure I didn't get too close and risk being swamped or hit. If it was a structure, well, I didn't know what it could be. I shifted my paddle, resuming my stroke, but at a much slower pace. Each dip of the blade was deliberate, my eyes fixed on the pulsing glow. As I drew nearer, the silhouette began to resolve into something more defined. It wasn't a buoy. It wasn't a boat. It was a tower, a dark, imposing structure, impossibly tall, rising out of the water. The amber light, I now realized, was emanating from an opening near its base, a window or an archway shrouded in the swirling mist. My mind raced, scrambling for an explanation. A lighthouse. No, this wasn't the right shape. Lighthouses were usually conical or cylindrical, with a lantern room at the top. This was narrower, more angular, with sharp, vertical lines. And it was black, a uniform, matte black that seemed to absorb the light around it, making it stand out starkly against the white-gray fog. "Is anyone there?" I tried again, my voice a little louder this time, tinged with an edge of trepidation. Still nothing, just the insistent throb of the light. I was perhaps 50 yards away now, and the scale of the structure was becoming clearer. It was massive, far larger than anything I'd ever seen built off the Maine coast. It wasn't on an island. It was simply rising out of the water, its base disappearing into the murky depths. There were no visible cables, no power lines, nothing to anchor it to the mainland or provide it with electricity. The idea was absurd. This wasn't a known structure. It wasn't on any charts I'd ever seen. I knew these waters. I knew every rock, every shoal, every fishing shack, every navigational aid. This was entirely new, and it felt ancient, yet impossibly pristine, as if it had always been there, just waiting for the fog to reveal it. A new sensation hit me then, a low, resonant thrumming that I felt more than heard. It vibrated through the hull of my kayak, up through my seat into my bones. It was a deep, powerful hum, like a gigantic engine running far beneath the surface, but it wasn't mechanical in the way I understood. It was organic, almost harmonic, a sound that seemed to resonate with the very water around me. And with each thrum, the amber light pulsed in perfect synchronicity. I slowed to a stop, letting the kayak drift, mesmerized and terrified. The opening at the base of the tower was now clearly visible. It wasn't a window. It was a large, arched entrance, like a gaping mouth, directly above the waterline. The amber light emanated from within, casting an eerie, inviting glow onto the water directly in front of it. And within that archway, in the center of the light, I could make out a platform, or perhaps a ramp, leading into the darkness beyond. This was wrong, all of it. The sudden, unnatural fog, the impossible tower, the strange light, the vibrating hum. My instincts screamed at me to turn back, to paddle as fast as I could in the opposite direction, to forget I had ever seen this place. But my eyes were glued to the archway, to the light, a moth to a flame. The air here was even colder, prickling my skin with goosebumps, and there was a faint, metallic tang to the fog, like ozone or old iron. Then a new sound cut through the thrumming, a high-pitched, almost musical chime, echoing from within the archway. It was delicate, beautiful, yet utterly out of place. It was followed by another, and another, until a short, haunting melody drifted out into the fog, repeating itself in a slow, hypnotic loop. It sounded like crystal bells, or perhaps wind chimes of an otherworldly make. My fear intensified, knotting my stomach. This wasn't a distress call. This wasn't a stranded fisherman. This was something else entirely, something alien to my world. My hands were trembling as I fumbled for my phone in my dry bag, needing to document this, to call for help, to prove I wasn't losing my mind. But as I pulled it out, the screen remained dark, dead. I tried the power button repeatedly. Nothing. The battery had been full when I started out. My GPS unit, which had been functioning moments before, was now displaying nothing but a blank, flickering screen. The compass needle spun wildly, no longer even attempting to find north. It was as if all my instruments had died the moment I got too close to this thing. An electromagnetic pulse, some kind of interference. It was like something out of a science fiction movie, a scenario I would have laughed at just hours ago. Now it was my terrifying reality. I was truly alone, isolated, cut off, with my only connection to the familiar world rendered useless. Panic clawed at my throat. I had to get out of here. This was beyond my understanding, beyond my experience. I twisted the kayak around, desperate to escape, to put as much distance between myself and that pulsing, ominous glow as possible. But as I turned, a subtle current, stronger than any I had felt all day, seemed to catch the nose of my kayak. It was gentle at first, almost imperceptible, but it began to pull me steadily, inexorably, towards the archway. I dug my paddle into the water, churning furiously, fighting against it. My muscles screamed in protest, but I pushed harder, grunting with effort. It was like paddling against a powerful river current, but the water around me was still, eerily calm, reflecting the amber light. The pull was coming from deep below, a silent, invisible force. I wasn't making any headway. In fact, despite my frantic efforts, I was still drifting closer, inch by agonizing inch, towards the gaping, illuminated maw. The thrumming intensified, vibrating up through my whole body. The melodic chime grew louder, more intricate, weaving a spell around me. I felt a strange sense of lethargy, a dreamy disorientation starting to creep in, dulling the edges of my fear. The amber light seemed to grow warmer, more inviting, beckoning me. It was like a siren's song, not of sound, but of pure visual allure. "No," I gasped, my voice hoarse, adrenaline coursing through me, fighting against the creeping drowsiness. "No, I won't." I braced my feet against the foot pegs, digging my paddle in deeper, pulling with every ounce of strength I possessed. My arms burned, my shoulders seized up, but I refused to yield. The current, however, was too strong, or perhaps my strength was simply fading. The kayak continued its slow, deliberate drift. The entrance to the tower, previously a distant curiosity, was now looming. I could see details within the archway, smooth, dark, polished stone, shimmering with the internal light. The platform I'd glimpsed was more like a ramp, sloping gently upwards into a profound darkness. Then, just as I was about to be drawn fully into the archway, something shifted. The surface of the water directly in front of the ramp, within the light's glow, began to ripple, not from current but from within, a disturbance from below. My breath caught in my throat, my paddling stopped, my body frozen in pure terror. A shape began to rise from the depths, sleek and dark, catching the amber light on its wet, gleaming surface. It was large, impossibly large, and moved with an almost deliberate grace. As it broke the surface, I gasped. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't a machine. It was a boat, but unlike any boat I had ever seen. It was long, narrow, and utterly seamless, made of the same matte black material as the tower and shaped like a monstrous, elongated teardrop. No visible seams, no rivets, no deck, no cabin, no propeller, no rudder. Just a smooth, unbroken form, rising silently, shedding water like a living thing. It seemed to float there, perfectly still, directly in front of the ramp, as if waiting. And then a section of its smooth hull slid silently open, revealing another burst of that same amber light from within. A ramp, much smaller than the towers, extended from the opening to the water, meeting the surface without a ripple. The chilling melody from within the tower intensified, and the hum seemed to vibrate not just through my kayak, but through the very air around me, resonating inside my skull. The sense of dread was overwhelming, but still, I found myself paralyzed, unable to move, unable to look away. I was trapped, caught in the hypnotic pull of something utterly beyond my comprehension. The current now held my kayak directly in line with the black vessel, its open maw facing me. The gentle but firm pull continued, easing me forward, directly towards the ramp that led into its impossible interior. I could see the light within, shimmering, almost breathing, and a profound, chilling cold emanated from it, even as the light itself seemed warm. A primal scream built in my throat, but it never escaped. My mind was reeling, trying to process the impossible. This wasn't fog, it was a veil. This wasn't a tower, it was a gateway. This wasn't a boat, it was something else. Something that had no right to exist. As my kayak drew closer, its nose bumping lightly against the ramp of the black vessel, a shadow moved within the amber light of the opening. It was indistinct, tall and slender, but unmistakably a figure. It paused, framed by the light, and then slowly, deliberately, extended a long, multi-jointed arm towards me. The hand, if it could be called a hand, was equally slender, with long, delicate digits that ended in small, dark pads. It wasn't threatening, not overtly. It was an inviting gesture, a silent beckoning. But the sight of it, the utter alienness of the form, snapped me out of my trance. Pure, unadulterated terror flooded my senses. My survival instinct, long dormant under the hypnotic pull, surged to the forefront. I let out a guttural cry, a raw, primal sound of pure fear, and shoved my paddle against the ramp of the black vessel, pushing with all my might. I didn't care about anything else but escape. The kayak scraped against the dark material, a shockingly loud sound in the silence. It provided just enough leverage to push me off the ramp, away from the waiting maw. The current, which had been so insistent, seemed to slacken for a moment, surprised by my unexpected resistance. This was my chance. I dug my paddle into the water, turning my body, and poured every ounce of my remaining energy into a desperate, frantic escape. I ignored the burning in my muscles, the screaming protests of my joints. I just paddled, stroke after furious stroke, away from the black vessel, away from the amber light, away from the impossible tower. I didn't look back, I couldn't. I could still feel the phantom touch of that current trying to pull me in, but my desperate paddling was just enough to overcome it. The chime faded slightly behind me, replaced by the pounding of blood in my ears. The thrumming vibrated still, but grew more distant, a fading echo in the deepening cold. I paddled blindly, not caring about direction, only about putting distance between myself and that place. The fog, which had been so oppressive, now felt like a blessed cloak, concealing me from whatever horror lurked behind. I was gasping, close to hyperventilating, my chest heaving with exertion and terror. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 10 or 15 minutes, the thrumming finally died away. The musical chimes were gone. The strange metallic tang in the air dissipated. The cold, while still intense, no longer had that specific chilling quality. And most importantly, the amber light was gone, vanished as completely as it had first appeared, swallowed by the relentless, all-encompassing gray. I stopped paddling, completely spent, my body trembling uncontrollably. My arms felt like lead, my hands numb, my heart still racing a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I slumped forward, resting my forehead against the cool, damp deck of my kayak, trying to catch my breath. The silence returned, but it was a different silence now. Not the suffocating, watchful silence of the tower, but the familiar, lonely quiet of the open sea in a thick fog. I stayed like that for a long time, eyes squeezed shut, listening to the drip of condensation and my own ragged breathing. Slowly, the adrenaline began to recede, leaving behind a profound exhaustion and a chilling certainty that I had just glimpsed something not meant for human eyes. When I finally lifted my head, my neck stiff and aching, the fog was still as thick as ever. The featureless gray stretched in all directions. I was utterly disoriented, my internal compass spinning just as wildly as my broken mechanical one. I had no idea where I was or which way was home. All I knew was that I was alone, lost, and forever changed by what I had seen. I reached for my dry bag, my hand still shaking, and pulled out my emergency whistle. 3 short blasts, a universal signal for distress. Then, after a pause, 3 more. The shrill sound cut through the fog, stark and desperate, echoing faintly before being swallowed by the vast emptiness. I hoped, prayed that someone, anyone, would hear it. That a passing lobsterman, a Coast Guard patrol, even another lost kayaker, would somehow pick up the sound through the dense curtain of mist. I waited, listening intently, my ears straining for any reply. The silence was absolute. No answering whistle, no distant engine, no human voice. Just the rhythmic drip-drip from my paddle and the gentle lapping of invisible waves against my hull. The fog was a barrier, a wall between me and the world I knew. A wave of despair washed over me, cold and heavy. I was truly stranded. My phone was dead, my GPS useless, my compass broken. I had no way to navigate, no way to call for help. And etched into the back of my mind, a terrifying image that would haunt my dreams forever. The black tower, the amber light, the sleek, silent vessel, and the extended alien hand. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that whatever that place was, it wasn't natural, it wasn't human, and I had stumbled into its presence, a clumsy intruder in a realm far beyond my understanding. I had to get away, not just from the tower, but from the entire area. But which way? I closed my eyes again, trying to visualize my original route, trying to remember the feel of the current, the general direction of the coastline. It was a futile effort. My internal map was scrambled, overwritten by the terrifying encounter. I was adrift in a world without landmarks, without sound, without direction. Hours passed, or perhaps it was only an hour. Time became meaningless in the featureless gray. I huddled in my kayak, shivering, pulling my arms inside my spray skirt for warmth, trying to conserve energy. I ate half of my sandwich, chewing slowly, forcing the dry bread down my constricted throat. I drank some water, the plastic bottle feeling impossibly cold. Every now and then I'd blow the whistle again, 3 short blasts, then wait. Always the same silence. The fog didn't lift, it didn't even thin. It remained a constant, impenetrable shroud, a permanent fixture of my new, terrifying reality. My muscles ached from exertion, my head throbbed from the cold and the ceaseless mental strain. I felt a profound weariness settle into my bones, a desire to simply close my eyes and let go. But the image of that hand, that silent, beckoning gesture, kept me awake, kept the fear alive. I knew I couldn't stay still. Even without direction, inaction felt like surrender. I had to try. I had to paddle. So with a deep, shaky breath, I picked up my paddle again. I chose a direction, any direction, simply pointing the nose of my kayak and pushing off. East, I told myself. Just head east. Eventually, I'd hit the mainland or a larger island. Or perhaps I'd drift into a shipping lane and a passing vessel would spot me. It was a desperate hope, but it was all I had left. The rhythmic dip of the paddle became a hypnotic motion once more, but this time it was born of grim determination, not peaceful enjoyment. My eyes, however, were constantly scanning the impenetrable gray ahead, searching not for the coast, but for any sign, any hint of that amber glow. The memory of the tower of the black vessel was seared into my mind, a chilling reminder of how easily one could stumble into the impossible. The cold was relentless. My fingers and toes were numb, my core temperature dropping despite my layers. My clothes, soaked with condensation, felt heavy and damp against my skin. The thought of hypothermia, a very real threat in these waters, began to creep into my mind. I needed to find shelter, to get warm, to get out of this fog. I kept paddling, my strokes growing weaker, less efficient. The constant strain on my eyes from staring into the void was causing them to water, blurring what little visibility I had. My mind felt fuzzy, confused. I kept seeing phantom shapes in the mist, hearing faint, distorted sounds that turned out to be nothing but the wind or the distant murmur of the sea itself. Then, out of the corner of my eye, a flicker. My heart leaped into my throat, not amber this time, a dull, pale white like a distant flashlight beam trying to pierce the fog. It was faint, almost imperceptible, and it vanished almost as soon as I saw it. I held my breath, waiting, hoping it was real. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Nothing, just the gray. I was about to dismiss it as another trick of my exhausted mind when it reappeared. Stronger this time, clearer. Definitely a light, and it was moving. A sense of cautious optimism, fragile as spun glass, began to replace the despair. A boat, it had to be a boat. A fishing vessel, a pleasure craft, anything that belonged in this world. I grabbed my whistle again, blowing with all the force I could muster, a desperate plea for rescue. 3 short blasts, a pause, 3 more. I waited, straining my ears, and then faintly, miraculously, I heard it, an answering sound. Not a whistle, but a deep, throbbing rumble, an engine, and it was getting closer. My heart pounded with relief, so powerful it almost brought tears to my eyes. Someone had heard me. Someone was coming. I wasn't alone anymore. I wasn't going to die out here, lost and frozen, haunted by impossible visions. The light grew steadily brighter, larger, no longer flickering, but a steady beacon through the gloom. The engine rumble deepened, the rhythmic chug of a diesel engine, comforting and familiar. It was slow, cautious, navigating carefully through the dense fog. I blew my whistle again, a long, sustained blast, guiding them in. "Hello," I shouted, my voice cracking, hoarse from fear and exhaustion. "Over here, I'm here." The light turned, piercing the fog directly ahead of me. It was a powerful spotlight, cutting a bright tunnel through the gray. And then the shape of the boat began to emerge, indistinct at first, then resolving into a familiar form. It was a Coast Guard vessel, a large gray patrol boat, its radar spinning slowly on its mast, its powerful engine rumbling reassuringly. The sight of it, so utterly normal, so firmly rooted in my reality, was almost overwhelming. "We see you," a voice boomed from the boat, amplified by a loudspeaker. "Stay put, we're coming alongside." I sagged with relief, tears finally blurring my vision. I hadn't imagined it. I wasn't going crazy. They were real. I was saved. The trauma of the tower, the fear, the cold, all of it coalesced into a profound sense of exhaustion. I could feel my strength rapidly draining away now that the fight was over. The patrol boat maneuvered deftly, its bow wave pushing gently against my kayak. 2 figures in orange slickers appeared at the rail, their faces grim, but with a palpable sense of relief in their expressions. "You okay there, fella?" one of them called out, his voice gruff but kind. "Yeah," I croaked, my voice barely audible, "just lost and cold." "We got your whistle," the other one said, already throwing a line towards my bow. "Bad fog out here. Lucky we were close enough to pick you up." I fumbled with the line, my numb fingers struggling to grasp it. One of the Coast Guard officers, a burly man with a weathered face, leaned over, grabbing my bow line and pulling my kayak closer to the boat's side. The other officer produced a rescue net, hooking it into the water alongside. "All right, easy now," the first officer said, helping me transfer from my kayak to the net. My limbs felt heavy and unresponsive, each movement an effort. I stumbled, my feet barely finding purchase on the slick, cold mesh, but their strong hands guided me, helped me swing my leg over the rail. Finally, I was on the deck of the Coast Guard vessel, solid ground beneath my feet. The warmth emanating from the engine room, the scent of diesel and brine, the familiar thrum of a working vessel, it was all a balm to my shattered nerves. My kayak was quickly secured, hoisted onto the deck like a featherweight. "Here," the second officer said, his name tag reading Officer Miller, handing me a thick wool blanket. "Get this around you. We'll get you some hot coffee inside." I wrapped the blanket around myself, shivering violently, the warmth almost painful after the prolonged cold. My teeth chattered, and I found myself unable to stop them. "Thank you," I managed, the words catching in my throat. "Thank you so much." "Just doing our job," Officer Miller replied, offering me a small, tight smile. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I looked at him, my eyes wide, and for a moment the words hovered on my tongue. "I have. I almost told them about the tower, about the black vessel, about the amber light and the impossible hand. But then I saw the concern in their eyes, the professional kindness. How would they react? They would think I was hallucinating, hypothermic, or worse. They would write it off as the ravings of a man pushed to the brink by the cold and isolation. And who could blame them? Even now, safe and warm, with the fog still swirling outside, the memory felt like a nightmare, a fragment of an impossible dream. Had it even been real? Or had the cold, the fear, and the disorientation conjured up such a fantastical vision? No, the hum, the cold, the dead electronics, that was real. It had to be. "Rough day out there," I mumbled instead, pulling the blanket tighter around me, choosing to keep my terrifying secret to myself for now. The fog came up so fast. "Tell me about it," the first officer said, whose name tag read Officer Jenkins. He gestured towards the cabin. "Come on, let's get you inside. We need to get some details from you, and then we'll get you back to shore." As I stumbled towards the warmth of the cabin, supported by Officer Jenkins, I glanced back at the swirling fog that still enveloped the ocean. Somewhere out there, hidden from human eyes by that thick, unnatural shroud, was the Black Tower, and it was waiting. I knew with a chilling certainty that this was far from over. I had seen something I wasn't meant to see, and now it was a part of me, a secret burning beneath my skin. The thought of it, of returning to my normal life as if nothing had happened, felt impossible. This encounter had irrevocably changed everything. The warmth of the Coast Guard cabin was a stark contrast to the biting cold of the fog-shrouded ocean, but it did little to thaw the icy grip of terror around my heart. The air was thick with the scent of coffee and old salt, a comforting aroma that normally grounded me. Now it just felt distant, surreal. Officer Miller motioned me to a small bench built into the bulkhead, across from a sturdy metal table. Officer Jenkins joined us, pulling up a swivel chair. He had a pad of paper and a pen, ready to take notes. The interior of the cabin was practical, functional, designed for utility over comfort, but at that moment, it felt like the safest place in the world. "Here, Dave," Officer Miller said, handing me a steaming mug of coffee. "Drink this. It'll help warm you up." My hands, still trembling, struggled to hold the mug. The hot ceramic was almost too much for my numb fingers, but the warmth slowly seeped into my palms. I took a tentative sip. It was strong, black, and tasted like pure life. "Thanks," I croaked, my voice still hoarse. Officer Jenkins looked at me, his expression a mix of concern and professional detachment. "All right, Dave, can you tell us what happened out there? We got your distress whistle, but that fog rolled in faster and thicker than anything we've seen this season. You were a good distance out." I swallowed, the coffee scalding my throat. This was it, the moment of truth. Do I tell them? Do I try to explain the inexplicable? The black tower, the amber light, the silent vessel, the alien hand. No, the words felt foolish, insane, even in my own head. They would think I was crazy, that I'd had some kind of hypothermic hallucination. They might even question my sanity, my fitness to be out on the water. I was just out for a paddle," I began, my voice steadier now but still strained. "Had planned a route around the outer islands like I usually do. The forecast was clear this morning. Then boom, that fog came out of nowhere, just swallowed everything." Officer Jenkins nodded, making a note. "Yeah, it was a real pea souper. Catch a lot of folks off guard, even the experienced ones. You check your weather reports this morning." "Every morning," I affirmed, trying to sound convincing. "Nothing about fog, not even a hint. I wouldn't have gone out if there was. You know me, officer, I'm careful." He gave a slight nod, acknowledging my reputation. "So you got disoriented." "Completely," I admitted, a wave of shame washing over me, knowing how much more there was to the story. "My GPS died, my phone too. Compass started spinning, just lost all bearings. I was trying to paddle east, just hoping to hit the mainland eventually, but I was just guessing." "That's a dangerous game out here, Dave," Officer Miller interjected, his voice firm but not accusatory. "Especially alone. Always tell someone your float plan, even for a short trip." "I know," I mumbled, looking down into my coffee. "Lessons learned. I was lucky you guys heard me." "Very lucky," Officer Jenkins agreed. "We were doing a routine patrol a few miles north when the call came in about an unexpected weather front. Our radar picked up your general location, then we heard the whistle. Good thing you had it." I nodded, grateful for the simple, concrete facts, the mundane reality of Coast Guard protocol. It helped to anchor me, to pull me back from the edge of the abyss I'd been teetering on. "How long do you think you were out there, disoriented?" Jenkins asked. I thought back. The fog had rolled in around an hour and a half out. The encounter, then the frantic paddling, then drifting. "Hours," I said, a slight tremor in my voice. It felt like an eternity. I was getting really cold. Hypothermia, I think. "We'll get you checked out when we get back to port," Officer Miller assured me. "Our medic will want to have a look, but you're in good shape for what you've been through." They continued to ask questions, gentle but thorough. My launch point, my planned route, what I had with me, any injuries. I answered truthfully on the details I could share, omitting the terrifying, fantastical core of the experience. It felt like I was acting in a play, putting on a brave face, a plausible story for the mundane world. A part of me screamed to confess, to unburden myself, but the logical, self-preservation part held firm. No one would believe me. After about 20 minutes, they seemed satisfied. Officer Jenkins closed his pad. "All right, Dave, we'll get you warmed up and headed back to the station. You can call your folks from there. Your kayak is secured on deck. Anything else you want to add?" I shook my head, avoiding his gaze. No, I think that's it. Just thank you, both of you. You saved my life. They offered reassuring smiles, the kind reserved for people they've pulled from the jaws of the sea. Anytime, Dave, that's what we're here for. Officer Miller led me to a small bunk room, offering me a dry, thick Coast Guard issue jumpsuit to change into. Take your time, get warm. We'll be making good speed once we're clear of the worst of this fog. I gratefully stripped off my soaking clothes, bundling them into a corner, and pulled on the scratchy, warm fabric of the jumpsuit. It was too big, but the dry warmth was heavenly. I lay down on the bunk, feeling the gentle thrum of the boat's engines, the rhythmic sway. It was a normal boat, doing a normal job, and I was a normal man on board, rescued from a normal danger. Or so they thought. But as I closed my eyes, the image flickered behind my eyelids. The immense, matte black tower, the glowing amber maw, the silent, sleek vessel, and the impossibly long, multi-jointed arm. It was seared into my memory, an indelible scar. The gentle thrum of the Coast Guard engine was quickly replaced in my mind by the deep, organic hum of the tower, pulsing in sync with the eerie, crystalline chimes. I didn't sleep, I just lay there, eyes closed, replaying the horror, trying to fit it into the framework of reality and failing spectacularly. The journey back to port took another hour or so. The fog, stubbornly persistent, gradually began to thin as we neared the mainland. Patches of gray gave way to muted shapes, then the familiar green of pine trees along the shoreline, shrouded in a lingering haze. The comforting sounds of gulls returned, their cries a harsh but welcome affirmation of my return to the familiar. At the Coast Guard station, a small, bustling hub of activity, I was met by a medic who gave me a quick but thorough checkup. My core temperature was low, but not dangerously so. My vitals were good, just elevated from stress. My hands and feet were numb, but he assured me no lasting damage. He gave me a clean bill of health, noting mild hypothermia and extreme exhaustion. Then came the calls, my sister, Sarah, first. She lived a few towns over, but she was always the first to worry. Her voice was tight with relief, then concern. I kept my answers vague, blaming the sudden fog, the dead electronics, the unexpected disorientation. I promised to call her properly later when I was home and rested. Next, my shop assistant, Mike. He was a good kid, but prone to panic. I assured him I was fine, just needed a day or two off. He promised to keep things running. Finally, a call to my best friend, Jesse. He owned the local fishing supply store and had known me since we were kids. He was practical, grounded. I figured he'd understand the lost in the fog story without too many questions. He just told me to take it easy and come by for a beer when I felt up to it. I collected my kayak, which the Coast Guard officers had carefully brought in and rinsed off. It looked like any other 12-foot touring kayak, mundane and ordinary, utterly devoid of any hint of the impossible journey it had just endured. I half expected to see some strange residue, some trace of the matte black material, but there was nothing. It was just wet fiberglass. My car was still parked at my secret spot, a small gravel pull-off hidden by dense woods. Officer Jenkins, ever the professional, offered to drive me there. The short drive through the familiar, misty coastal roads felt like a dream. The trees, the houses, the quiet main street of my town, it all seemed too normal, too solid, after the ethereal void of the fog. "You take care, Dave," Jenkins said as I opened the door of the patrol car, "and be more careful out there." "I will," I promised, a lie that tasted bitter on my tongue. How could I be careful when the world had just shown me things that defied all caution? I thanked him again, got into my truck, and watched him drive away. The familiar roar of my engine, the worn feel of the steering wheel beneath my hands, the faint scent of old coffee and tools inside the cab. It was all profoundly grounding. But the grounding was fragile, a thin veneer over a churning abyss. The drive home was short. My house, a small, unassuming cottage overlooking a quiet cove, was a familiar sanctuary. I parked the truck, unloaded my kayak, and dragged it into the shed, my movements stiff and automatic. Inside, the quiet hum of my refrigerator, the familiar clutter of my living room, the slightly musty smell of an old house. It was all here, waiting for me, just as I had left it. But I wasn't the same. The first thing I did was try my phone again. No luck. Black screen, unresponsive. My GPS unit, same. The compass still spinning wildly, completely useless. The electromagnetic interference, whatever it was, had fried them. This wasn't a hallucination. This was tangible proof. I slumped onto my couch, the wool blanket from the Coast Guard still wrapped around me. The day was fading into a twilight blur outside, the last vestiges of the fog clinging to the distant tree line. I stared out the window, at the familiar gray expanse of the cove, now calm and ordinary. But my mind kept pulling me back to the deeper gray, the suffocating silence, the impossible black tower. Sleep, when it finally came, was a tormented landscape of amber light and silent, multi-jointed forms. I woke with a gasp, drenched in sweat, the hum of the tower still vibrating in my bones. It was the middle of the night, the house utterly dark and silent. I lay there, heart pounding, listening to the creaks and groans of the old house, trying to distinguish them from the phantom echoes in my head. For the next few days, I was a ghost in my own life. I went to the shop pretending to work, but my hands felt disconnected, my mind elsewhere. Mike noticed, of course. "You okay, Dave? You seem a little off, still cold from the fog." "Just tired, Mike," I'd reply, rubbing my temples. "Long day out there, need a proper rest." He'd nod, accepting the explanation, but his eyes held a lingering curiosity. I avoided eye contact, buried myself in engine diagrams, anything to escape the persistent images that plagued me. The fog lingered for a full 2 days after my rescue, an unusual duration for this time of year. It seemed to hang over the coast like a watchful eye, receding only slowly, revealing the world inch by agonizing inch. When it finally lifted, the clear, crisp autumn air felt almost aggressive in its brightness. The sea sparkled, blue and innocent, as if it had never hidden such secrets. But I knew better. I spent my evenings poring over old charts, marine almanacs, and local history books. I scoured the internet, searching for anything, any old legend, any forgotten structure, any obscure reference to a tower in the middle of the sea, or strange lights, or unusual electromagnetic phenomena. I started with broad searches: Maine coast anomalies, unexplained structures, Gulf of Maine, see fog strange events. Nothing. Not a single mention. It was as if the tower simply didn't exist, had never existed. This amplified my fear, confirming that what I had encountered was not just unknown, but actively hidden. I felt like an archaeologist digging for a lost civilization, but the only evidence I had was etched into my own mind. Every chart, every map, every satellite image I could find showed only empty ocean where the tower had stood. I even tried to subtly question some of the older fishermen who frequented Jesse's store, men who had spent their entire lives on these waters, whose memories stretched back generations. "Heard that fog was a real killer last week, Old Man Hemlock," I'd say, leaning against the counter. "Swallowed everything, didn't it? Bet you haven't seen anything like that in a while." Old Man Hemlock, his face a roadmap of sun and wind, squinted at me. Nah, not like that. Came in too fast, like a curtain dropping. Never seen a fog bank move that quick and stay that thick. He paused, chewing on his lower lip. Heard some talk, though, from the outer islands. Strange lights, far out. Amber, they said. My blood ran cold. Amber. I tried to keep my voice casual, but my heart hammered. What kind of amber? Don't know, boy, just a flicker, they said. Out past the devil's teeth, could be anything. Lighthouse beam playing tricks, maybe, or some fancy new fishing lights. Fog does funny things to light. He shrugged, dismissing it. Devil's Teeth, that was the cluster of uninhabited islands just beyond where I had been paddling. It wasn't the exact location, but it was close. Close enough to send a shiver down my spine. Someone else had seen something. I pressed further, but he had no more details, just vague rumors, quickly dismissed by common sense. Just old wives' tales, son, or too much rum. But for me, it wasn't an old wives' tale. It was a terrifying reality. The next few weeks were a blur of restless nights and distracted days. I found myself drawn to the water, but I couldn't bring myself to launch my kayak. The thought of being out there again, alone in the vast, unforgiving expanse, filled me with a paralyzing dread. I worked on boats in my shop, the familiar grease and oil a comforting scent, but my mind kept drifting. I was jumpy, irritable, always looking over my shoulder. My friends and family noticed my change in demeanor. Sarah called regularly, asking if I was sleeping, if I was eating. Jessie tried to get me out fishing, but I always made an excuse. Just haven't shaken off that cold, I'd say, still feeling a bit off. It was a lie, and they knew it. One evening, unable to stand the oppressive silence of my own thoughts, I drove down to the harbor. The air was cool and crisp, a clear night with a full moon casting a silver path across the water. Fishing boats bobbed gently at their moorings, their masts swaying with the tide. The comforting sounds of the sea, the rhythmic clang of halyards against masts, the distant murmur of waves against the rocks. I walked along the docks, my hands jammed into my pockets, feeling the familiar chill of the night air. I looked out towards the open ocean, towards where the black tower had risen from the depths. It was just water now, endless and dark, sparkling innocently under the moonlight. But I knew what lurked beneath. I needed to go back. The thought was a sudden, chilling certainty. I couldn't live like this, haunted by an unexplained horror. I needed to understand. I needed to see if it was still there, or if I truly had lost my mind. But I couldn't go alone, and I couldn't go in my kayak. The next day I started making preparations. I cleaned out my small 20-foot lobster boat, the Sea Serpent. It was a solid, reliable vessel, equipped with a diesel engine, radar, a proper chart plotter, and all the safety gear I could think of. This wasn't a pleasure cruise. This was an expedition. I upgraded my electronics, buying redundant systems, marine-grade and shielded against interference where possible. I learned about electromagnetic pulses, about deep-sea sonar, about any natural phenomena that could cause such things. The research was frustrating. Everything I found had an explanation, a known cause. Nothing fit the profile of the tower. I stocked the Sea Serpent with supplies, extra fuel, rations, a first aid kit, emergency flares, a satellite phone, just in case my new marine radio failed. Even a small, remotely operated vehicle, ROV, with a camera, normally used for inspecting moorings, but now repurposed for deeper exploration. I charted a course directly to the approximate coordinates where I had encountered the tower, cross-referencing my last known GPS position with a compass heading from my memory. I plotted it out on a new chart, marking it with a small, defiant X. But the biggest hurdle remained: who to tell, who would believe me, and who would be crazy enough to come with me. My mind kept returning to Jesse. He was a skeptic, but he was also loyal. He'd seen me through enough scrapes to know I wasn't prone to exaggeration or flights of fancy. He was also an experienced seaman, knew these waters better than almost anyone, and had a healthy respect for the strange and unpredictable nature of the ocean. I waited until late in the evening, after the fishing supply store had closed. Jesse lived in a small apartment above the shop. I knocked on his door, my heart pounding a strange rhythm against my ribs. He opened it, a half-eaten sandwich in his hand, a surprised look on his face. "Dave, everything all right? You look like you've seen another ghost." I stepped inside, not bothering with pleasantries. The smell of frying onions and stale beer filled the air. "Worse than a ghost, Jesse. A lot worse. I need to tell you something, and I need your help." He raised an eyebrow, setting his sandwich down. "All right, you've got my attention. Come on in." He motioned to his worn armchair. I sat down, feeling the familiar springs sag beneath me. I took a deep breath, trying to organize the jumbled, terrifying images in my mind into a coherent narrative. Remember when the Coast Guard pulled me out of that fog bank a few weeks ago? He nodded. "Yeah, you were pretty shaken up. Said you got disoriented, electronics crapped out. Classic Maine fog story, I figured." "It wasn't just the fog, Jesse," I said, my voice low and urgent. "And it wasn't just my electronics. Something else was out there, something impossible." I recounted the entire story, from the sudden, unnatural fog to the strange amber light, the impossible black tower rising from the sea, the silent, seamless vessel, the hypnotic hum, the crystalline chimes, and finally, the slender, multi-jointed hand. I left nothing out. I watched his face as I spoke, trying to gauge his reaction. At first, he listened with a skeptical, almost amused expression, a half-smile playing on his lips. But as I described the tower, the boat, the hand, the smile slowly faded, replaced by a look of growing unease, then outright disbelief, and finally, a flicker of genuine concern. When I finished, the small apartment was silent, save for the hum of his refrigerator. Jesse stared at me, his eyes wide. He ran a hand through his thinning hair. "Dave," he said, his voice quiet, that's quite a story. Are you sure you're all right? The Coast Guard medic said you were hypothermic. Could it have been a hallucination? The cold, the fear, the isolation, they can play tricks on the mind." "I thought of that," I insisted, leaning forward, my voice rising. "I've replayed it 1,000 times, but my phone, my GPS, my compass, they're all fried, Jesse, completely dead. Something out there caused it, something electromagnetic. An old man Hemlock mentioned amber lights out past the devil's teeth. It wasn't just me." Jesse leaned back, studying me carefully. His eyes, usually sharp and knowing, were troubled. He knew I wasn't given to wild tales. He knew I was a practical, grounded man. "So you're saying," he began slowly, "that there's some kind of alien structure out there in the Gulf of Maine, hidden by some kind of sentient fog." He sounded like he was trying to form the words without laughing, but the laughter never came. "I don't know what it is," I said, frustrated, "but it's out there, and I need to go back. I need to see it again, to prove it's real, to myself if no one else." He sat for a long moment, pondering. He looked at me, really looked at me, into my eyes, searching for any sign of madness. He found only grim determination and a deep, raw fear. "And you want me to come with you," he finally said, not a question, but a statement of understanding. "I can't go alone, Jesse. I admitted, my voice barely a whisper. And I can't tell anyone else. You're the only one I trust, the only one who might even consider believing me. He sighed a long, weary sound, then stood up and walked to his small kitchen. He poured himself a glass of water, took a long drink, then turned back to me. His expression was still troubled, but there was a new glint in his eye, a hint of the adventurous spirit I knew he possessed, buried deep beneath years of routine. Dave, he said, I think you're absolutely crazy, certifiable, but I've known you since we were kids and you don't scare easily. And that fog that was weird, unnaturally weird, and the fried electronics, that's harder to explain away. He paused, a strange mixture of fear and excitement flickering across his face. When do we leave? A wave of immense relief washed over me. I hadn't realized how heavy the burden of my secret had been, how desperate I was for someone, anyone, to share it with. As soon as we can, I said, standing up, a surge of adrenaline replacing the fear for a moment. I've got the sea serpent prepped, new electronics, extra fuel supplies. We'll need a good weather window, a clear day. Right, Jesse said, rubbing his chin. No fog. I can't deal with the fog again, not with this story in my head. He looked out his window at the quiet, moonlit harbor. This is either the dumbest thing I've ever agreed to or the most important, probably both. We spent the next few days meticulously planning the trip. Jesse, once committed, was all business. We reviewed the charts, discussing possible approaches, escape routes. We tested all the new equipment on the Sea Serpent, ensuring everything was in perfect working order. We talked through every scenario, every contingency, trying to prepare for the utterly unpreparable. We decided to aim for a window of clear weather with a calm sea to avoid any natural phenomena that could obscure visibility or be misinterpreted. We agreed on a departure time, pre-dawn, to arrive at the coordinates around sunrise, giving us the full day for our search and the return trip. What do we tell people? Jesse asked one afternoon as we fueled up the Sea Serpent. We're going on an extended fishing trip, I said, without hesitation. Checking out some new spots further offshore. We'll be gone a couple of days. It was a plausible cover story for two independent marine guys. Right, he mumbled, unconvinced, but accepting. Just so long as we don't come back with tales of the Kraken. I tried to force a laugh, but it caught in my throat. The image of the black vessel, rising from the deep, was too vivid. The morning of our departure dawned clear and cold, a star-studded sky gradually giving way to the faint blush of pre-dawn light. The air was still, the sea flat and calm, a perfect mirror reflecting the nascent light. It was the kind of day I usually loved, the kind of day that made me grateful to live on the coast. But today, it felt different. It felt like the calm before a storm, a deceptive tranquility. We cast off silently, the diesel engine purring to life, a low, steady rumble that vibrated through the deck. Jesse, at the helm, guided the Sea Serpent out of the harbor, past the sleeping fishing fleet, and out into the open sea. I stood on the bow, clutching the railing, watching the distant lights of the town slowly recede into the darkness. My stomach was a knot of conflicting emotions. Fear, anticipation, a desperate need for answers, and a profound sense of foreboding. I was returning to a place that had terrified me, seeking out something that had broken my reality. It felt both insane and utterly necessary. As the sun began to peek over the horizon, painting the sky in fiery streaks of orange and purple, we were well offshore. The Sea Serpent cut a steady path through the glassy water, the only sounds the rhythmic thrum of the engine and the gentle splash of the bow wave. Jesse, his gaze fixed on the radar screen, spoke without turning. coordinates locked in. ETA about 2 more hours. I nodded, my eyes scanning the horizon. There was nothing out there but the vast, empty expanse of the Atlantic, stretching to meet the brightening sky. It was beautiful, serene, utterly mundane. It was hard to imagine the horror I had encountered here just a few short weeks ago. The hours crawled by. We passed the scattering of uninhabited islands I knew so well, now visible, stark and rocky, against the clear morning light. My heart began to pound faster as we drew closer to the X on our chart. "All right, Dave," Jesse said, finally turning to me, his face etched with a mix of apprehension and curiosity. "We're almost there. Any specific landmarks you remember from that day? Anything that might help narrow it down?" I thought back, straining to recall details beyond the fog. It was just past the outermost cluster of islands, the ones we call the Devil's Teeth, about a mile or two beyond them. The water was deep there, but I don't remember any shoals or anything obvious. Jesse nodded, adjusting our course slightly, angling us away from the last visible island. "Got it. All right, Dave, this is it. Moment of truth. Keep your eyes peeled. And if we see anything at all, we maintain distance. Understood?" "Understood," I replied, my voice tight. I gripped the railing tighter, my knuckles white. We continued for another 15 minutes, the air thick with tension. Every ripple on the water, every distant seagull seemed to hold a secret. My eyes scanned the horizon, my mind willing the black tower to appear, to validate my sanity, to prove I wasn't crazy. And at the same time, I prayed it wouldn't be there, that it had been a nightmare, a trick of the cold, a figment of my terrified imagination. But the ocean remained empty, vast, blue, and utterly unremarkable. "Looks like we're right on your coordinates," Jesse said, tapping the chart plotter screen. "Nothing, just open water, deep like you said. Maybe it was a hallucination, Dave, a really vivid one." His voice was tinged with relief, but also a lingering uncertainty. A wave of disappointment, bitter and profound, washed over me. No, it couldn't have been. It had been too real. The cold, the hum, the dead electronics. But where was it? Had it moved? Had it vanished entirely? "Keep going," I urged, my voice desperate. "Just a little further. Fan out. It has to be here. I know it." We spent the next 2 hours crisscrossing the area, following a grid pattern, our radar sweeping the horizon, our sonar pinging the depths. Nothing. The sonar showed a smooth, flat seabed, no unusual structures. The radar was clear. The ocean was just ocean. My frustration mounted, turning into a cold, hollow despair. Had I dragged Jesse out here, risked everything, all for nothing? Was I truly losing my mind? "Dave," Jesse said, his voice gentle, "we've covered a good 10 square miles around your spot. There's nothing here. No tower, no vessel, no anything. I think maybe you need to let this go. Take a break, get some sleep." I shook my head, my eyes burning. No, it was real. I know it was real. But how could it just vanish? Just as the despair threatened to overwhelm me, a strange anomaly appeared on the radar screen. A faint, almost imperceptible blip, appearing and disappearing erratically. It was distant, at the very edge of our radar's range, and it wasn't holding a steady position. "What's that?" I pointed, my heart leaping into my throat. Jesse squinted at the screen. Looks like nothing. It's too faint, too intermittent. Could be weather interference or just a ghost image. Our radar's pretty good, but sometimes you get weird reflections." "But it's in the general direction I was heading when I first saw the light," I whispered, a new surge of adrenaline coursing through me. It's about 20 miles out, Dave, Jesse said, caution in his voice. And it's not even a solid return. We'd be pushing it for fuel to go that far on a wild goose chase. We have to go, I insisted, my voice firm. We have to, that's where it is. I can feel it. Jesse hesitated, then looked at me, seeing the unyielding determination in my eyes. He knew arguing was useless. All right, he sighed, but if it's nothing, we turn around immediately, and we come back with enough fuel to make it home. Deal. Deal, I said, a desperate hope blooming in my chest. Jesse changed our course, pointing the sea serpent's bow towards the faint, flickering blip on the radar. The engine hummed, a steadfast companion in our increasingly desperate quest. The sun was now high in the sky, illuminating the endless blue. It was a beautiful day for a discovery or for a descent into madness. As we covered the distance, the blip on the radar remained elusive, never quite solidifying, always on the verge of vanishing. But it was there, a persistent, flickering presence. Something's not right, Jesse muttered, his hand on the throttle. It's like it's cloaked or only partially there, almost like a really bad reflection, but off what? The tower, I said, my voice low. A black tower. Then a new, unsettling detail emerged. My new shielded compass, which had been holding a steady course, began to waver. Just slightly, a barely perceptible tremor in the needle. Then it grew more pronounced, mimicking the erratic spinning of my old compass when I was near the tower. Jesse, the compass, I said, pointing. He looked, his eyes widening. You're right, what the hell? We're nowhere near any known magnetic anomalies. My heart hammered. This was it. This was the sign. We pressed on, the silence in the cabin growing heavier with each passing minute. The faint blip on the radar was now a little stronger, a little more consistent, but still elusive. The compass needle was now oscillating wildly, unable to find true north. Dave, Jesse said, his voice strained. My chart plotter's getting interference. The GPS signal is degrading. We're losing satellites. My stomach clenched. It was happening again. The electronics, the same pattern. That's it, I whispered, a chilling certainty settling over me. It's here. I looked out at the vast, clear ocean. Nothing, just sparkling blue water stretching to the horizon, but I could feel it. A subtle shift in the air, a faint, almost metallic tang like the ozone after a lightning strike, the familiar prickle on my skin. We're getting close, I said, my voice barely audible. Slow down, Jesse, slow down. He throttled back the engine, and the sea serpent glided slowly through the water, barely disturbing the surface. The silence returned, profound and watchful, a direct echo of my first encounter. The radar blip was now a more solid, but still indistinct, shape. Sonar's showing something, Jesse reported, his voice hushed. A massive structure beneath us, rising from the seabed, too large to be natural, but it's almost blurry, like the signals being warped. I leaned over the side, peering into the crystal-clear water. Nothing but the deep blue fading to black, but beneath us unseen. But beneath us unseen, it's there, I whispered, the words barely escaping my throat. My gaze remained fixed on the water, willing the impossible structure to materialize. The clear blue depth stretched out, serene and deceptive, hiding its monstrous secret. Jesse, his face pale, turned from the sonar screen to look at me, then back at the water. Sonar doesn't lie, Dave. Something massive is down there. But if it's a tower, like you said, why can't we see it? The water's clear as glass today. His voice was hushed, laced with a fear that mirrored my own. The compass needle spun frantically now, a clear sign of extreme magnetic interference. The chart plotter flickered, displaying garbled data before going blank. Even the new shielded radar, which had stubbornly held onto the elusive blip, now showed nothing but static. All our state-of-the-art electronics rendered useless. It was exactly as it had been that terrifying day in the fog. "It's cloaked," I breathed, a theory forming in my mind, chilling me to the bone. It was cloaked last time, too. The fog wasn't just natural, it was part of it, a veil. As if on cue, a sudden, almost imperceptible shift in the air occurred. The crisp, clean scent of the open ocean began to recede, replaced by that faint, metallic tang like ozone. A peculiar stillness descended, muffling the gentle lapping of waves against the hull. The distant cry of a gull, which had moments ago been sharp and clear, now sounded muted, ethereal. Then, from the very edges of our vision, a milky haze began to form on the horizon. Not a natural fog bank rolling in, but a localized, rapidly expanding shroud, emerging from seemingly nowhere, coalescing with alarming speed. It wasn't drifting, it was generating. "Oh no," Jesse whispered, his eyes wide, fixed on the rapidly approaching white wall. "It's doing it again. The fog, it's coming from it." Within minutes, the haze intensified, growing thicker, denser, swallowing the distant sky and sea. The sun, previously a brilliant disk, became a diffuse glow, then vanished entirely behind the swirling curtain. The temperature dropped abruptly, and the air grew heavy with moisture, prickling my skin. The world outside the sea serpent's cabin dissolved into an indistinguishable gray, just as it had that first time. The visibility plummeted to a few boat lengths. We were enveloped, isolated, cut off from the familiar world by an unnatural shroud. "It's here," I said, my voice barely audible above the sudden, profound silence. "It's revealing itself." And it did. A low, resonant thrumming began, vibrating through the hull of the sea serpent, up through our feet into our bones. It was the same deep, organic hum I remembered, pulsing in a slow, powerful rhythm that seemed to emanate from the very depths beneath us. The water around the boat, previously clear, took on an unnatural, glassy stillness, reflecting the shifting gray. Then, through the oppressive mist, directly ahead, a faint amber glow pulsed into existence. It was the same soft, ancient light, distinct and unmistakable, thrumming in perfect synchronicity with the deep vibration. And behind it, slowly, impossibly, the matte black silhouette began to resolve. Jesse let out a choked gasp beside me. "Dear God, Dave, you weren't crazy." The tower rose from the water, impossibly tall, unnaturally black, absorbing the scant light of the fog. It was narrower, more angular than a lighthouse, with sharp, vertical lines that seemed to defy conventional architecture. Its base, as before, disappeared into the murky depths, its construction utterly seamless. No visible joins, no rivets, no signs of engineering I could comprehend. It simply was. The amber light, a profound, inviting glow, emanated from a large, arched entrance near its base, just above the waterline. It was exactly as I remembered, a gaping maw beckoning into darkness beyond. "Keep your distance, Jesse," I urged, my voice tight. "Stay back, don't get too close." But even as I spoke, I felt it, a subtle, insistent current catching the bow of the sea serpent. It was gentle at first, barely a whisper of a pull, but undeniably there, drawing us slowly, inexorably, towards the towering structure. Jesse fought it, pushing the throttles forward slightly, trying to maintain our position. The powerful diesel engine roared, its familiar thrum momentarily overwhelming the tower's hum. but the current was tenacious, a silent, invisible hand tugging at our vessel. We were holding our ground, but barely. It's stronger than it looks, Jesse grunted, wrestling with the wheel. It's trying to pull us in. What the hell kind of current is that? It's not a current, Jesse, I said, my eyes fixed on the amber archway. It's a draw, an active pull. Just then a new sound cut through the thrumming, the high-pitched, almost musical chime, echoing from within the archway. It was delicate, beautiful, yet utterly out of place, a haunting melody that repeated itself in a slow, hypnotic loop. Crystal bells, or something far older. The combination of the sound, the light, and the vibrating hum began to work on my senses, just as it had before. A strange lethargy, a dreamy disorientation, started to creep in, dulling the edges of my fear, replacing it with a morbid fascination. I had to fight it to break free from its strange allure. Jesse, don't let it pull us in, I yelled, my voice cracking, struggling against the creeping drowsiness. We need to get out of here. He was gritting his teeth, his knuckles white on the wheel, fighting the invisible pull. I'm trying, Dave, but it's like trying to paddle up a waterfall, and the water around us is still. Then the water directly in front of the archway began to ripple, not from current, but from within, a disturbance from below, just as before. The sleek, matte black vessel, shaped like a monstrous, elongated teardrop, rose silently from the depths. It shed water like a living thing, utterly seamless, without any visible means of propulsion. It was the same impossible boat, now fully revealed in the strange amber glow emanating from the tower's entrance. A section of its smooth hull slid open without a sound, revealing another burst of the same warm, inviting light from within. A ramp, much smaller than the towers, extended from the opening to the water, meeting the surface without a ripple. It was waiting. The chilling melody from within the tower intensified, and the hum seemed to vibrate not just through the sea serpent, but through the very air around us, resonating inside my skull. This is insane, Jesse whispered, his voice trembling. Absolutely insane. The black vessel remained perfectly still, its open maw facing us, the ramp extending like a tongue. We were 50 yards away, maybe less. The pull from the tower seemed to intensify, and despite Jesse's struggle, the sea serpent began to drift, slowly but surely, towards the silent, waiting craft. No, I cried, running to the bow, searching for something to brace against, something to push off. But there was nothing, just the smooth, black surface of the water, reflecting the eerie amber light. Then a shadow moved within the amber light of the vessel's opening. Indistinct, tall and slender, but unmistakably a figure. It paused, framed by the light, and then slowly, deliberately, extended a long, multi-jointed arm towards us. The hand, with its long, delicate digits ending in small, dark pads, was as alien and unsettling as I remembered. It wasn't overtly threatening, but the gesture, the silent beckoning, sent a fresh wave of terror through me. "Turn us around, Jesse. Now," I screamed, my survival instinct overriding the hypnotic pull. "Full throttle, get us out of here." Jesse didn't hesitate. He slammed the throttles forward. The sea serpent's powerful diesel engine roared to life, churning the water, pushing against the unseen force. The boat lurched, shuddering under the strain, its bow stubbornly refusing to turn directly away from the tower. The current, or whatever it was formidable. The sea serpent strained, its engine screaming in protest. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the boat began to pivot. The bow swung away from the black vessel, inch by desperate inch. The figure in the archway remained still, its arm outstretched, its silent invitation persistent. "It's fighting us," Jesse yelled over the engine's roar. "It doesn't want us to leave." I grabbed the marine radio, flicking it on. Coast Guard, Coast Guard, this is the Sea Serpent, vessel ID." Before I could finish, the radio crackled and died. A thin wisp of smoke curled from its vents, fried, like my phone and GPS. My satellite phone. It was in the dry bag. I fumbled for it, pulling it out. The screen was dark, dead. Every piece of electronic gear we had, even the shielded and redundant systems, was being systematically disabled the closer we got, or the more we resisted. "All electronics are dead, Jesse," I shouted, frustration and terror vying for dominance. "We're cut off." Jesse didn't reply, his entire focus on steering the boat. He was pouring every ounce of the Sea Serpent's power into fighting the invisible pull. The engine roared, struggling, pushing against an unseen wall of force. Slowly, incredibly slowly, we began to gain ground. The distance between us and the black vessel, which had been shrinking, now held steady. Then, imperceptibly, it began to widen. The figure in the archway still stood, its arm extended. It was watching us. I could feel its gaze, though I couldn't discern any features on its dark, slender form. The amber light pulsed, the hum throbbed, the chimes echoed, a beautiful, terrifying symphony trying to lure us back. "Keep going, Jesse," I urged, my voice hoarse. "Don't stop, don't look back." We continued to pull away, the Sea Serpent's engine groaning under the strain. The tower and the black vessel began to recede into the swirling fog, the amber light dimming, the hum fading. The current, or draw, lessened its grip, though it never entirely vanished. It was as if it was allowing us to leave, but only after a prolonged struggle, a test of our will. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 20 minutes, the amber light vanished entirely, swallowed by the relentless gray. The chimes faded, then the hum. The metallic tang in the air dissipated, replaced by the damp scent of the ocean. Jesse finally eased off the throttles, the engine settling into a more natural thrum. He slumped against the wheel, his shoulders heaving, drenched in sweat despite the cold. His face was ashen, his eyes wide and disbelieving. I don't believe what just happened," he gasped, running a hand over his face. That was real. All of it. Dear God, Dave, that was real." "I told you," I said, my own voice trembling. My body was shaking uncontrollably, a combination of adrenaline, fear, and sheer exhaustion. "It's out there." We drifted for a moment, simply catching our breath, processing the impossible. The fog remained thick, isolating us in its featureless gray embrace. Our electronics were dead, leaving us truly blind and lost once again. "Okay," Jesse said, finally pushing himself upright, a new resolve in his eyes. The fear was still there, but now mixed with a fierce, almost angry determination. "Okay, so it's real. What the hell do we do now?" "We get out of here," I said, my voice firm despite my shaking limbs. "First, we get out of this fog, then we figure out how to tell someone, or if we even can." But how, with no radar, no GPS, no compass? We were once again adrift in a world without direction. "Emergency flares," Jesse said, his mind already working, practical even in the face of the impossible. "We have them. We light one, maybe a passing vessel sees it, or we wait it out. This fog can't last forever, not like this." "It lasted 2 days last time," I reminded him, a chilling thought, and it felt generated, controlled. "Let's try a flare first," he decided. "Then we'll try to get some kind of bearing. We still have a manual depth sounder, a lead line. We can try to chart our way back to known depths, maybe find a channel. We were resourceful, two main mechanics, but we were just men, pitted against something that defied all human understanding. Jesse went to the emergency locker, pulling out a handheld red flare. He twisted it, ignited it, and held it aloft. The brilliant red light cut a fiery swath through the gray, burning fiercely, spitting sparks into the damp air. We waited, straining our ears over the sea serpent's idling engine. Nothing, just the soft drip-drip of condensation and the distant, muted lapping of waves. The flare burned down, then sputtered out, leaving us in deeper gloom than before. "Again," I urged. "Try another." He lit a second, then a third, each time the same result. The fog was a perfect curtain, absorbing all light, all sound. "This is getting us nowhere," Jesse muttered, frustration etched on his face. "It's too thick. This isn't normal fog, Dave. It's too quiet. It's like sound dies out here." "I know," I said, my mind racing. It's part of the tower's influence. It creates the conditions it needs." We spent the next few hours drifting, occasionally starting the engine to maintain our heading in what we hoped was a generally easterly direction, away from the tower. We tried the depth sounder, but without a clear position, the readings were meaningless. We were simply lost at sea, at the mercy of the elements and whatever unseen forces lurked in the depths. The sun had been high when the fog rolled in. Now, judging by the diffuse, unchanging light, it was somewhere in the late afternoon. Evening was approaching, and with it, the cold would intensify. "We need to find shelter," I said, rubbing my hands together. "We can't spend the night out here in this." "Agreed," Jesse replied. "But where? We're completely blind." I thought back to my first rescue. The Coast Guard had heard my whistle, eventually, but that was after the tower's influence had receded. If the fog was part of the tower, then perhaps the moment it lifted, our signals would reach. "We wait," I said. "We hunker down, conserve fuel. We wait for this veil to lift." We moved into the small cabin of the Sea Serpent, pulling out emergency blankets, turning on the small propane heater we had for cold weather fishing. The warmth was a small comfort against the oppressive cold and fear. We tried to eat, but our appetites were gone. The coffee, however, was a welcome relief, strong and hot. We talked, replaying the events, trying to make sense of the incomprehensible. Jesse, no longer a skeptic, was now an eager participant in the unraveling of the mystery. "That hand, Dave," he said, his voice hushed. It wasn't menacing. It was inviting, like it wanted you to come aboard. "I know," I replied, a shudder running through me. That's what made it so terrifying. It wasn't trying to hurt me. It was trying to take me. "And the chimes," he mused. "Beautiful, but so alien, like nothing I've ever heard. What do you think they are? A signal, a language, music?" "I don't know," I admitted. "Everything about it. It's just so far beyond us." "What if," Jesse started, then hesitated, looking at me with wide eyes. "What if it's not from Earth? What if it's alien?" The word hung in the air, heavy with implication. It was a word I had thought, but never voiced aloud. Now, hearing it from Jesse, it solidified the terrifying reality of our encounter. "It has to be," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "What else could it be? A hidden government project, too advanced, too seamless, too organic. And that control over the fog, over our electronics, that's not human technology." The thought of an alien presence in the waters off Maine was astounding, horrifying, and utterly captivating. We sat in silence for a long time, listening to the gentle sway of the boat, the muffled drip-drip outside, and the quiet hiss of the propane heater. Our minds raced, trying to grasp the implications of what we had seen. As the hours passed, the fog showed no sign of lifting. It remained an impenetrable wall, holding us captive. The sun must have set, for the diffused light outside grew even dimmer, settling into a profound gloom. "We can't just sit here," I said, breaking the silence. "We need to try something else. We can't wait for this fog to lift indefinitely. What if it lasts a week? Our fuel, our supplies." Jesse nodded, agreed, but what? We're blind, we're deaf. I closed my eyes, trying to picture the scene again. The tower, the vessel, the archway. The only detail that was not the same as my first encounter was the clear weather before the fog arrived. "The ROV," I said, opening my eyes, a sudden idea sparking. "The remotely operated vehicle. We brought it to try and get a look at the base of the tower. It's got a camera, and it's mechanical, not reliant on satellite signals for control, just direct radio frequency." Jesse looked at me, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. "You think it might work through the interference?" "It's worth a shot," I argued. "It's small, low power. Maybe the tower's field won't affect it as much, or not immediately. If we can't see the tower, maybe we can find out where it went, or if it's still down there hidden, we have to try something." "It's risky, Dave," Jesse cautioned. "If it's still down there and the ROV gets too close, what if they grab it or disable it permanently?" "It's a small, expendable piece of equipment," I countered. "We have to know. We can't just leave it at it vanished. What if it's still beneath us, just cloaked?" Jesse considered it, then nodded slowly. "You're right. Inaction is worse. But how do we deploy it in this fog? We don't want to get pulled in again." "We move away," I explained. "We put some distance between us and the last known location. Enough so we're out of the strongest interference field, hopefully. Then we deploy the ROV, keeping a long tether on it, and send it back towards the coordinates. We won't risk the sea serpent." It was a desperate plan, born of desperation, but it was a plan. Jesse started the engine again, just enough to push us through the water. He held the bow steady in what he hoped was an opposite direction from the tower, relying purely on dead reckoning and the feel of the ocean. After what we estimated was about an hour, placing us several miles away from the X on the chart, we stopped the engine. The silence returned, profound but without the immediate, palpable menace of the tower's proximity. The air still held the metallic tang, and the fog was still impenetrable, but the specific, profound stillness was gone. "Okay," Jesse said, his voice low. "Let's get the ROV ready." We wrestled the ROV out of its storage locker. It was a compact, torpedo-shaped device with a small propeller, a powerful LED light, and a high-definition camera. A long, fiber-optic tether spooled out from its stern, connected to a control unit and a monitor inside the cabin. "We can launch it from the stern," Jesse said, "and then slowly spool out the tether, guiding it back towards where we saw the tower. If we get close enough, maybe the camera will pick something up." It was a tense operation. The fog made everything feel clumsy and dangerous. We lowered the ROV into the water, its small internal thrusters humming to life. I took the controls, my hands, still slightly numb, gripping the joystick. Jesse watched the monitor intently, his breath held. "All right," I said, my voice tight. "Here we go." I slowly guided the ROV, spooling out the tether, navigating by the vague direction of the stern, back towards the estimated coordinates of the tower. The The monitor, thankfully, was receiving a clear signal. The screen displayed a grainy, green-tinted image of the dark water beneath us. The ROV's powerful LED light cut a bright, artificial beam through the gloom. For what felt like an eternity, we watched the endless, featureless blue-black of the deep ocean. My eyes ached, straining for any sign, any anomaly. Jesse periodically checked the tether counter, confirming how far the ROV had traveled. "It's almost at the coordinates," he murmured, "about half a mile more." My heart hammered against my ribs. Was it still there, or had it truly vanished? Suddenly the screen flickered, a momentary distortion, like static on an old TV. My breath hitched. "What was that?" Jesse asked, leaning closer. "Interference," I breathed. "We're getting close." The screen cleared, but then the image began to subtly change. The water, which had been uniformly dark, now seemed to show faint, almost imperceptible shifts in light and shadow. The ROV's light seemed to be illuminating something, but it was indistinct, like looking through a frosted pane of glass. "Can you make anything out, Dave?" Jesse asked, his voice hushed. "No, it's too blurry," I replied, my eyes glued to the screen. "It's like the light is refracting weirdly, like a heat haze, but in water." Then a low thrumming began, not through the sea serpent this time, but emanating from the ROV itself. It was a faint, almost subliminal vibration, relayed through the tether, an electronic echo of the tower's hum. And on the screen, a shape began to resolve itself. Massive, impossibly massive, darker than the surrounding water, absorbing the ROV's powerful light rather than reflecting it. It was directly ahead, rising from the unseen seabed into the frame of the camera. "There it is," I whispered, a cold wave of dread washing over me. "It's still here. It's underwater, cloaked." The ROV continued to approach, its camera feeding us increasingly clearer images. The structure was immense, towering. It was the same matte black material, seamless and angular, but now, underwater, it seemed even more monolithic, more ancient. It wasn't just a tower, it was a mountain of alien construction, piercing the depths. We guided the ROV slowly, carefully, along the immense, featureless surface. It was like exploring the side of a colossal, black obsidian cliff. There were no windows, no openings, nothing but the smooth, light-absorbing material. It just continued to rise further and further, beyond the range of the ROV's upward-tilted camera. Then, as we reached what we estimated was near the waterline, the ROV's camera caught it, the distinct, large, arched entrance, and within it, radiating outwards, the faint, internal amber glow. "My God," Jesse breathed, his voice filled with awe and terror. "It's enormous." "It's just sitting there," I said, my voice tight, "hidden beneath the surface, using the fog as a cover." "What do we do now?" Jesse asked. "Do we try to go inside with the ROV?" The thought was terrifying. No, I decided after a moment's hesitation. We don't know what's in there. We don't want to provoke it. We've confirmed it's real. We've confirmed it's still here. That's enough for now. But as I began to pull the ROV back, a faint, almost imperceptible flicker caught my eye on the screen. It was within the amber glow of the archway, a subtle movement. Then it became clearer. A figure, the same tall, slender form I had seen before. It emerged from the darkness of the archway, framed by the amber light, and slowly, deliberately extended its multi-jointed arm. Not towards us, not towards the sea serpent several miles away, but towards the small, unsuspecting ROV hovering meters from its entrance. It sees us, I whispered, my blood running cold. It knows we're here. It knows we're watching. Jesse gasped, his eyes wide. Pull it back, Dave. Now get it out of there. I yanked the joystick, reversing the ROV's thrusters, spooling the tether in as fast as I dared. The figure in the archway remained, its arm outstretched, its silent invitation persistent, even as the small camera-equipped drone rapidly retreated. The thrumming intensified on the monitor, vibrating through the ROV's audio pickup. The image on the screen began to distort, pixelating, then flickering wildly. The amber light pulsed erratically. "We're losing the signal," Jesse yelled. "Almost out," I cried, frantically reeling in the tether. Then with a final, violent static burst, the screen went black. The thrumming ceased. The ROV's light, which had been a steady beam, winked out, dead. "Did it get it?" Jesse asked, his voice strained. I slammed my fist on the console in frustration. It fried it, just like everything else it knows. We sat in the darkened cabin, the only light the faint glow of the propane heater, listening to the drip of condensation outside. The ROV was gone, lost to the depths, another victim of the tower's power. It was tangible proof, but it also meant we had nothing left to see, nothing left to confirm. "Okay," Jesse said, finally breaking the silence, his voice low and firm. "That's it. We've seen enough. We've confirmed enough. Now we get out of here. And then we figure out what the hell to do." "But how?" I asked, my voice edged with despair. "We're still in this fog. Our electronics are dead. We're blind." "We wait," Jesse said, a grim determination in his eyes. "We wait for the sun to rise. We wait for this damn fog to lift. We conserve fuel, and then we go home." So we waited. The night was long, cold, and silent, filled with the phantom echoes of the tower's hum and the eerie chimes. We huddled in the small cabin, our minds racing, unable to escape the terrifying images seared into our memories. The knowledge that the tower was still out there, hidden beneath the waves, cloaked by its self-generated fog, was a constant, oppressive weight. Just before dawn, an extraordinary thing happened. The fog, which had been so dense, so unwavering, began to thin. Not gradually, not slowly, but rapidly, almost magically. It swirled, coalesced, then seemed to evaporate, retreating as quickly as it had appeared. Within 20 minutes, the stars were visible overhead, sharp and cold, and a faint blush of pre-dawn light began to paint the eastern horizon. The metallic tang in the air dissipated completely. The profound silence was replaced by the familiar sounds of the ocean, the distant murmur of waves, the faint cries of gulls. "It's lifting," Jesse whispered, his voice filled with a mixture of awe and relief. "It's actually lifting." As the first sliver of sun broke over the horizon, painting the sky in fiery streaks of orange and purple, the last vestiges of the fog vanished. The sea stretched out before us, vast, blue, and utterly unremarkable. There was no tower, no vessel, no sign of the impossible structure. It had vanished, leaving only the endless ocean in its wake. "It knows we left," I said, a chilling thought. "It let us go, and then it vanished." "Or it just recloaked," Jesse corrected, a grim expression on his face. "Either way, it's gone, for now." Our electronics, miraculously, began to flicker back to life. The new chart plotter blinked on, displaying our current position, miles from any known shipping lanes. The radar began its slow, reassuring sweep. The marine radio crackled with distant chatter. The interference was gone. "Well, I'll be damned," Jesse breathed, tapping the chart plotter. "We're in the middle of nowhere, but at least we know where the middle of nowhere is." "Let's go home, Jesse," I said, my voice hoarse. "Let's go home and try to make sense of this." The journey back to port was spent in a strange, uneasy silence. We were both profoundly changed, irrevocably marked by what we had witnessed. The world we knew, the logical, scientific world, had been torn open, revealing a terrifying, alien reality lurking beneath the surface of the familiar. As we docked the Sea Serpent in our quiet harbor, the familiar sights and sounds of our town seemed alien, displaced. The sun shone, the gulls cried, the fishermen went about their daily routines, utterly oblivious to the profound secret we now carried. "What do we do, Dave?" Jesse asked as we secured the lines. "How do we tell people?" I looked out at the tranquil water, reflecting the blue sky. "We don't," I said, my voice low and firm. "Not yet. Who would believe us? They'd think we're crazy, suffering from hypothermia or hallucinations. They'd lock us up, or worse, dismiss us completely. We'd become the local lunatics." Jesse nodded slowly, a grim acceptance on his face. "You're right. I wouldn't have believed you myself a week ago. But then, what do we do?" "We gather more proof," I decided. "We investigate. We find answers. We can't just ignore it. It's out there, and it's waiting." Over the next few weeks, our lives outwardly returned to normal. We went back to work, fixed engines, sold fishing gear. But underneath the surface, a feverish, secret investigation began. We started subtly, carefully. Jesse, with his access to local fishing gossip, listened intently for any further whispers of amber lights or strange phenomena from the outer islands. I pored over historical records, obscure maritime texts, and ancient maps in local libraries, searching for any hint of a similar structure or event. We found nothing conclusive. The amber lights were dismissed as tricks of the fog or new fishing methods. The old texts spoke of sea monsters and phantom ships, but nothing resembling the Black Tower. It was as if the entity intentionally scrubbed itself from history, from human awareness, only revealing itself under specific, controlled circumstances. The lack of external evidence, however, only strengthened our resolve. It meant we were dealing with something profoundly sophisticated, something that actively sought to remain hidden. "We need to go back," I told Jesse one evening, several weeks after our second encounter. "We need to go back, but this time with a different approach." Jesse looked up from a schematic he was studying. "Different how? We can't just ram it, Dave, and our electronics are useless out there." "I've been thinking about the interference," I explained. "It wasn't just random. It was a precise, targeted shutdown. What if it's a field, a localized EMP, but also something that cloaks light and sound, generates fog? And what if we can shield against it?" It was a long shot, but I was a marine mechanic. I understood electrical systems, magnetic fields, and shielding. I spent weeks researching electromagnetic shielding, Faraday cages, and specialized materials. It was expensive, time-consuming, and experimental. I started modifying the Sea Serpent. I installed a shielded enclosure around our new, robust navigation systems. I built a separate, Faraday-caged compartment for a small, portable camera and recording equipment, hoping to capture irrefutable visual evidence. We equipped the ROV with a new, more advanced, and deeply shielded control system, hoping it could resist the tower's influence longer. Jesse, meanwhile, was focused on supplies. We packed enough provisions for weeks, emergency rations, a survival kit, extra fuel in bladder tanks, a portable desalinator, and even a small inflatable raft, just in case. This was no longer a recon mission. It was a full-scale expedition into the unknown. We even debated bringing a weapon, a rifle, just in case. But we even debated bringing a weapon, a rifle, just in case, but the thought felt absurd. What would a rifle do against a structure that controlled fog and electromagnetic fields, a craft that moved without propulsion, and a being that seemed to beckon rather than threaten? It felt primitive, a human response to an alien enigma. Jesse, practical as ever, pointed out the obvious. Dave, what are you going to shoot? The tower, the fog, the thing that looks like a giant teardrop. And what if you did hit something? What would that provoke? I conceded a rifle was useless, a symbolic gesture of defiance against the incomprehensible. Our strength lay in observation, in understanding, not in futile aggression. We wouldn't be attacking, we would be exploring. The modifications to the Sea Serpent took weeks. I stripped out sections of the forward cabin, lining them with sheets of specialized new metal, creating a crude but effective Faraday cage around our new marine-grade electronics. The radar unit, the chart plotter, the powerful marine radio, and the satellite phone were all housed within this shielded compartment. Their antennas were external, but the units themselves were isolated. It was an experimental setup, a hope more than a guarantee. I had no way of testing it against the kind of interference the tower generated. The ROV was upgraded with a higher resolution camera, more powerful lights, and a longer, heavily shielded fiber optic tether. Its control unit was also integrated into the Sea Serpent's Faraday cage. We hoped the shielding would at least buy us time, allow us to gather visual data before the inevitable shutdown. Jesse, meanwhile, was obsessed with the historical angle. While I tinkered with wires and metal, he scoured every old library in coastal Maine, searching for obscure texts, forgotten logs, any whisper of similar phenomena. He came back with nothing but old tales of sea serpents, phantom ships, and mermaids. Nothing concrete, Dave, he'd sigh, flipping through brittle, yellowed pages. Just myths and drunken ramblings. It's like whatever this thing is, it erases its own presence. That observation, however, gave me pause. Erases its own presence, I repeated. What if it doesn't just cloak itself physically? What if it somehow influences our perception, or even memory, not just ours, but history's? It was a chilling thought, adding another layer of impossibility to the mystery. It implied a level of control that bordered on the cosmic. Finally, after nearly 2 months of frantic, secret preparation, the Sea Serpent was ready. It was late December, and the Maine coast was locked in the grip of winter. The days were short, the nights long and bitterly cold. The sea was often rough, prone to sudden squalls and freezing rain. It was a perilous time to venture far offshore, but we couldn't wait. The urgency to understand, to prove, to face the unknown burned hotter than ever. We chose a small weather window, a rare, clear day with calm seas predicted for a brief 24-hour period between 2 winter storms. It was a gamble, but we were beyond caution. The morning of our departure was frigid. Stars still glittered in the pre-dawn blackness, sharp and numerous, their light glinting off the frosted decks of the other boats in the harbor. A thin layer of ice coated the rigging, and our breath plumed in the cold air. We moved silently, efficiently. Jesse handled the lines, casting off with practiced ease. I was at the helm, the powerful diesel engine rumbling to life, cutting through the icy stillness. The Sea Serpent eased out of the harbor, its bow slicing through the glassy, dark water, leaving a trail of churning phosphorescence in its wake. No one was awake to see us leave. We were ghosts, slipping away under the cover of darkness, bound for a rendezvous with something equally spectral. The journey offshore was long and cold. The rising sun painted the sky in hues of deep purple and fiery orange, but the air remained bitter. I kept the heater blasting in the cabin, but the chill still seeped into my bones. We wore multiple layers, thick wool and waterproof outerwear, but the sheer exposure wore on us. Our conversation was sparse, punctuated by the rhythmic thrum of the engine and the splash of the bow wave. Jesse kept his eyes glued to the new chart plotter, double-checking our course against the meticulously plotted X that marked the tower's last known position. "We're on course, Dave," he confirmed, his voice low. "About an hour out. Seas are holding calm, thank God." I nodded, my gaze fixed on the endless horizon, searching for anything unusual, any deviation from the pristine, indifferent blue. There was nothing, just ocean. As we drew closer, the familiar tension began to build, a cold knot in my stomach. My heart pounded a rapid rhythm against my ribs. I checked the shielded electronics, all systems online, GPS locked, radar sweeping, radio clear. So far, so good. 50 minutes, Jesse announced, getting close to the exclusion zone. He meant the area where our electronics had previously failed. I braced myself, my hands tightening on the wheel. "Keep a sharp lookout, Jesse. We don't want to run into the fog blind this time." Suddenly, the new shielded compass began to waver. Just a flicker, barely perceptible. Then it grew more erratic, the needle oscillating slowly, then more rapidly, unable to find true north. "Compass is going," I said, my voice tight. "Same pattern as before." Jesse checked the radar. Still clear, but I'm getting some very faint, intermittent blips, like echoes, but not solid targets. "It's here," I breathed, a chilling certainty settling over me. It's starting to manifest its field. The air grew heavy, the metallic tang returning, faint at first, then more pronounced. The temperature began to drop, a sudden, almost instantaneous chill that permeated the cabin, despite the heater. The sea, which had been gently rolling, grew unnaturally still, its surface taking on a peculiar, almost oily sheen. Then, from the edges of our vision, a milky haze began to coalesce on the horizon. Not a natural fog bank, but a rapidly forming shroud, blooming from nowhere, expanding with terrifying speed. It was the same unnatural fog, the veil, rising once more. "The fog's coming up," Jesse yelled, pointing, "and it's moving fast." Within minutes, the world outside dissolved into an indistinguishable gray. The sun, which had been a brilliant orb, became a diffuse glow, then vanished entirely. Visibility plummeted, barely a few boat lengths. We were engulfed, once again, in the suffocating, watchful silence. But this time, we were prepared. "Shielding holding?" I asked, my voice strained. Jesse checked the array of screens. Radars getting static, but still showing those ghost images. GPS is holding, but the signal strength is fluctuating wildly. Radios still clear, but no chatter. He looked at me, a mixture of awe and fear on his face. "It's working, Dave. It's actually holding." A surge of triumph, momentary but powerful, coursed through me. We had done it. We had pierced the veil, at least partially. We weren't blind anymore. Then the low, resonant thrumming began, vibrating through the hull of the sea serpent, up through our feet, into our bones. The same deep, organic hum, pulsing in a slow, powerful rhythm that seemed to emanate from the very depths beneath us. And through the oppressive mist, directly ahead, the faint amber glow pulsed into existence. It was the same soft, ancient light, distinct and unmistakable, thrumming in perfect synchronicity with the deep vibration. And behind it, slowly, impossibly, the matte black silhouette began to resolve. Jesse let out a choked sound, a mixture of disbelief and terror. There it is. My God, it's real. The tower rose from the water, impossibly tall, unnaturally black, absorbing the scant light of the fog. It was monolithic, ancient, yet impossibly pristine. Its base disappeared into the murky depths, its construction utterly seamless. The amber light, a profound, inviting glow, emanated from a large, arched entrance near its base, just above the waterline. It was a gaping maw, beckoning into darkness beyond. "Keep your distance, Jesse," I urged, my voice tight. "Maintain position." But even as I spoke, I felt it, a subtle, insistent current catching the bow of the sea serpent. It was gentle at first, barely a whisper of a pull, but undeniably there, drawing us slowly, inexorably, towards the towering structure. Jesse fought it, pushing the throttles forward, trying to maintain our position. The powerful diesel engine roared, its familiar thrum momentarily overwhelming the tower's hum. But the current was tenacious, a silent, invisible hand tugging at our vessel. We were holding our ground, but barely. "It's stronger than it looks," Jesse grunted, wrestling with the wheel. "It's trying to pull us in. What the hell kind of current is that?" "It's not a current," I said, my eyes fixed on the amber archway. "It's a draw, an active pull, and it's intensifying." Just then a new sound cut through the thrumming, the high-pitched, almost musical chime, echoing from within the archway. It was delicate, beautiful, yet utterly out of place, a haunting melody that repeated itself in a slow, hypnotic loop. The combination of the sound, the light, and the vibrating hum began to work on my senses, just as it had before. A strange lethargy, a dreamy disorientation, started to creep in, dulling the edges of my fear, replacing it with a morbid fascination. I had to fight it to break free from its strange allure. "Jesse, don't let it pull us in," I yelled, my voice cracking, struggling against the creeping drowsiness. "We need to get out of here, or at least keep our distance." He was gritting his teeth, his knuckles white on the wheel, fighting the invisible pull. "I'm trying, Dave. It's like it's grabbing us from below." The sea serpent was slowly drifting closer, the amber archway looming larger. We were maybe 100 yards away. Then the water directly in front of the archway began to ripple, not from current, but from within, a disturbance from below, just as before. The sleek, matte black vessel, shaped like a monstrous, elongated teardrop, rose silently from the depths. It shed water like a living thing, utterly seamless, without any visible means of propulsion. It was the same impossible boat, now fully revealed in the strange amber glow emanating from the tower's entrance. A section of its smooth hull slid open without a sound, revealing another burst of the same warm, inviting light from within. A ramp, much smaller than the towers, extended from the opening to the water, meeting the surface without a ripple. It was waiting. The chilling melody from within the tower intensified, and the hum seemed to vibrate not just through the sea serpent, but through the very air around us, resonating inside my skull. "This is it," Jesse whispered, his voice filled with awe and terror. It's waiting for us." The black vessel remained perfectly still, its open maw facing us, the ramp extending like a tongue. We were less than 50 yards away. The pull from the tower seemed to intensify, and despite Jesse's struggle, the sea serpent began to drift, slowly but surely, towards the silent, waiting craft. The engine was roaring, fighting the pull, but we were losing ground. "Now, Dave," Jesse yelled, his voice strained. "Get the camera ready. We've got to get some proof." I fumbled with the portable, shielded camera I had prepared. It was a rugged, high-definition unit, encased in a Faraday-caged housing. I aimed it through a small, shielded viewport I'd installed in the cabin, its lens focusing on the black vessel. The screen within the cage showed a surprisingly clear image of the alien craft, the smooth, matte black surface, the open ramp, the amber light. The scene was surreal, terrifyingly real. Then a shadow moved within the amber light of the vessel's opening. Indistinct, tall and slender, but unmistakably a figure. It emerged from the darkness of the archway, framed by the light, and slowly, deliberately, extended its multi-jointed arm towards us. The hand, with its long, delicate digits ending in small, dark pads, was as alien and unsettling as I remembered. It wasn't overtly threatening, but the gesture, the silent beckoning, sent a fresh wave of terror through me. "I've got it on camera, Jesse," I yelled, my voice hoarse, adrenaline coursing through me. "It's recording." "Full throttle, Dave," Jesse screamed, slamming the throttles forward. The sea serpent's powerful diesel engine roared to its maximum, churning the water, pushing against the unseen force. The boat lurched, shuddering under the strain, its bow stubbornly refusing to turn directly away from the tower. The current, or whatever it was formidable. The sea serpent strained, its engine screaming in protest. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the boat began to pivot. The bow swung away from the black vessel, inch by desperate inch. The figure in the archway remained still, its arm outstretched, its silent invitation persistent. "It's fighting us," Jesse yelled over the engine's roar. "It doesn't want us to leave." I watched the screen of the camera. The figure was still there, observing us. Its form was difficult to fully make out, shrouded in the amber glow and the swirling mists within the opening. It was tall, slender, with what looked like a narrow head but no discernible face. The multi-jointed arm was elongated, almost insect-like in its articulation. It was undeniably alien. As we continued our desperate struggle, another strange detail registered on the camera. Just behind the figure, deeper within the vessel's interior, there appeared to be other, fainter amber lights, arranged in what looked like a geometric pattern. And between them, barely visible, were faint, dark shapes. Not figures, but more like stations, or consoles. It was clearly an interior, a sophisticated, active space. Then a sudden, sharp crackle burst from the marine radio, housed within the shielded cabin. It was brief, like static, but distinct. Then another and another, rapid fire. "The radio's getting interference," Jesse shouted, his eyes darting to the screen. "It's breaking through the shielding." Just as he spoke, the radar screen, which had been displaying those intermittent ghost blips, suddenly went completely black. Then, the GPS unit, which had stubbornly held our position, began to flicker wildly, displaying random coordinates before also going dark. "It's overloading the shielding," I yelled, my heart sinking. "We're losing our systems again." The tower's hum intensified, vibrating violently now, reverberating through the sea serpent's very structure. The chimes grew louder, more insistent, no longer beautiful but grating, almost painful to the ears. The lethargy, the hypnotic pull, returned with overwhelming force. It was like a physical weight pressing down on me, trying to force me to surrender. "We need to get out of here, Dave," Jesse screamed, his voice raw with effort. "It's breaking us apart." The sea serpent shuddered, timbers groaning. The engine, though still roaring, sounded strained, like it was about to rip itself from its mounts. We were barely making headway against the overwhelming force. The black vessel was still there, the figure still beckoning, closer now than I liked. What do we do? I yelled, my voice cracking, fighting against the hypnotic haze that threatened to consume me. The ROV, Jesse gasped, his eyes wide, fixed on the tower. We send the ROV. Maybe we can get a closer look, distract it. It was a desperate, foolish idea. The ROV was small, expendable, but it was our last scientific tool, and it was our way to gather definitive proof, even if it meant sacrificing the drone. I lunged for the ROV's control unit, also within the shielded cage. My hands fumbled with the release, activating its internal thrusters. We need to launch it now, Jesse, I shouted. Steer clear of the path, try to loop around the tower, confuse the current. Jesse, though clearly on the verge of collapse from fighting the steering, nodded grimly. He slowly, painstakingly, began to alter the sea serpent's course, trying to move us perpendicular to the direct pull of the tower. It was a risky maneuver, exposing our flank, but it was our only hope of getting the ROV into a better position. I rushed to the stern, the ROV control unit gripped in my trembling hands. The small drone was secured to a launch cradle. I released it, dropping it into the churning water behind the boat. Its lights immediately came on, cutting through the murk, and its thrusters engaged with a quiet whine. Go, 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 I urged, staring at the monitor, which was displaying a clear, albeit blurry, image from the ROV's camera. I steered the ROV with frantic urgency, sending it darting through the water, away from the sea serpent, and then angling it back towards the looming black structure. The fiber optic tether spooled out rapidly, a thin lifeline connecting us to the unknown. The figure in the archway of the black vessel seemed to notice the ROV. Its long arm shifted slightly, turning, its silent attention now focused on the small, buzzing drone. It's working, Dave, Jesse yelled from the helm. It's distracting it. The pull on the boat is lessening. A spark of hope ignited in my chest. If the ROV could draw its attention, perhaps we could make our escape, or at least gather more data. I sent the ROV directly towards the black vessel, intending to sweep past its entrance, capturing as much detail as possible. The drone closed the distance rapidly, its powerful lights illuminating the matte black surface. On the monitor, the details became startlingly clear. The seamless hull, the dark, polished stone of the archway, and the figure within. It was impossibly tall and slender, its form almost skeletal, yet graceful. Its skin, or whatever covered its body, was a deep charcoal gray, almost matching the tower itself. It had no discernible clothing, no features that looked like eyes, nose, or mouth. Its head was elongated, conical, tapering to a point. The multi-jointed arm was long, spindly, ending in delicate, dark-padded digits that were not quite fingers, not quite claws. It was utterly, profoundly alien. As the ROV zoomed closer, the figure shifted, turning fully to face the drone. The extended arm, which had been in a beckoning gesture, slowly began to retract. Then, with an unnerving, deliberate motion, a different arm, equally long and multi-jointed, raised. Its hand did not form a threatening fist, but rather its delicate digits splayed open, as if in a gesture of a command. And then a new sensation, a high-pitched whine, audible even over the engine, originating from the ROV. Not a mechanical whine, but an electromagnetic shriek that made my teeth ache. On the monitor, the image from the ROV's camera began to distort violently. Colors bled, lines wavered, static engulfed the screen. The amber light of the archway pulsed wildly, and the thrumming from the tower became a chaotic, ear-splitting vibration. It's overloading it, I screamed. It's shutting it down. I fought to pull the ROV back, yanking the joystick, reeling in the tether as fast as I could. But it was too late. The ROV's internal thrusters sputtered, its lights flickered. The image on the screen, for a split second, resolved into a chilling final frame. The alien figure, its splayed hand pointed directly at the drone, and a sudden, intense burst of pure, raw energy emanating from its palm. Then the screen went utterly black. The ROV's tether went slack. The whine ceased. The thrumming, the chimes, the amber light, everything intensified for a moment, a chaotic crescendo, then slowly, agonizingly began to recede. The sea serpent lurched as Jesse finally managed to break free of the tower's grip. The engine roared, finding purchase in the water, and we began to pull away, slowly at first, then gaining speed. It got the ROV, I yelled, my voice raw. It fried it completely. Jesse, breathing heavily, barely managed a nod, and it almost got us too. That was too close, Dave, way too close. We continued to put distance between us and the tower, the sea serpent cutting a desperate path through the thick, oppressive fog. The hum faded, the chimes died away, the amber light vanished into the gray. The metallic tang in the air dissipated, and the temperature began to slowly, agonizingly rise. As we gained distance, the fog began to thin. Not instantly, not like before, but in a gradual, almost reluctant retreat. Patches of lighter gray appeared, then faint outlines of the distant horizon. The compass needle within its shielded cage began to slowly, uncertainly find true north again. The GPS flickered back to life, then the radar. Our electronics were coming back online, wounded but functional. It's letting us go, I whispered, staring back at the receding fog. It's letting us leave, but it sent a message. What kind of message? Jesse asked, his voice still shaky. Don't come back, I replied, a cold dread settling deep in my bones. You've seen enough, don't interfere. The sun, a pale, watery disk, began to pierce through the thinning fog. The air grew clearer, though still damp and cold. We were miles from where the tower had stood, now just open ocean. The sea serpent was damaged, its engine stressed, its electrical systems flickering, but it was moving, carrying us away from the impossible. We were safe for now, but the cost was high. Our ROV was gone, our electronics compromised, and we had faced the alien presence directly, and we had captured it. I had the camera, its shielded housing still intact, its internal memory chip holding the terrifying, undeniable truth. The journey back was a blur of exhaustion and silent contemplation. Jesse worked on nursing the stressed engine, while I huddled in the cabin, clutching the camera. We didn't talk much. There was too much to process, too much fear, too much awe. As we finally approached our home harbor, the winter sun was setting, painting the sky in a bruised palette of purples and grays. The lights of the town twinkled, inviting and familiar, but they offered little comfort. We were returning changed, carrying a secret that would forever alter our perception of reality. We have the footage, Dave, Jesse said, as we secured the sea serpent to its mooring. We have the proof. What do we do now? I looked at the camera in my hand, its cold, hard casing a tangible link to the impossible. The image of the alien figure, its splayed hand, the burst of energy, it was all there. We keep it safe, I said, my voice firm, and then we show it to someone who has to believe us, someone who has the power to do something. Who? Jesse asked, his eyes wide, reflecting the last, fading light of the day. I knew the Coast Guard had dismissed my initial story as hypothermic ramblings. Local authorities would do the same. This wasn't a local matter. This was something far, far beyond any small town, any state, even any nation. The federal government, I said, my voice low and determined. The military, scientists, someone who studies the unexplained, we have to. This isn't just about us anymore, Jesse. It's about what's out there, and it's on our doorstep. The decision hung in the cold night air, heavy with consequence. We had crossed a line. We had not only seen the impossible, but we had recorded it, and now we intended to reveal it. There was no going back to our quiet lives, our mundane routines. Our world had changed, and we were about to change everyone else's. We had confirmation. We had the evidence. And now the true challenge would begin, convincing the world that an alien presence lurked beneath the calm, blue waters of the Maine coast. The next few days were a blur of nervous energy. We kept the sea serpent docked, pretending it needed extensive repairs from the rigors of our fishing trip. Mike, my shop assistant, looked at the stressed engine with a raised eyebrow, but I brushed it off. Jesse maintained our cover story, but his eyes were constantly scanning, as if expecting something to appear out of the ordinary. The camera, along with the memory card, was hidden in a fireproof safe in my house, deep within the walls of my workshop. It was our most precious, most dangerous possession. Every night I would retrieve it, connect it to a shielded monitor, and watch the footage. The image of the alien figure, the intricate details of its multi-jointed arm, the strange conical head, the burst of energy, it was all undeniably real. The quality was surprisingly good, even with the interference. It was irrefutable. We knew we couldn't just walk into a government office and present alien footage. We needed a plan, a strategy. We needed to be believed, not institutionalized. "We need a contact," Jesse said one evening. As we sat in my living room, the footage paused on the image of the alien. "Someone high up, someone who deals with this kind of thing. Not a local cop, not even the state police. We need to go federal." And how do two marine mechanics from a small town in Maine get a meeting with federal officials about an alien tower in the ocean? I countered, the enormity of the task overwhelming me. They'll laugh us out of the building. Or worse, they'll seize the footage and shut us up. "What about a journalist?" Jesse suggested. "Someone respected, someone who could break the story in a way that forces them to listen." I shook my head. Too risky. We don't know who to trust. It could get sensationalized, twisted. We could become a laughingstock or even targets. The thought sent a chill down my spine. The entity had sent a message: don't interfere. Revealing its presence to the world would certainly be considered interference. "We need someone with credibility," I mused, pacing my living room. "Someone who deals with anomalies, with the unexplained, but within official channels. Someone who could act as a bridge." My mind kept returning to the idea of a scientific organization, not a crackpot UFO group, but a legitimate, government-funded research body. But which one? And how would we get their attention without sounding like raving lunatics? Jesse had a sudden thought. What about universities? Some of them have departments that research unexplained phenomena, oceanography, deep-sea exploration. They're more likely to be open-minded than some suit in Washington. It was a plausible lead. We started researching oceanographic institutions, universities with strong marine biology or physics departments, looking for individuals known for unorthodox research or a willingness to challenge established paradigms. It was a long shot, but it was better than nothing. Our search led us to the name of Dr. Aris Thorne. He was a marine physicist, renowned for his work in deep-sea acoustics and ocean anomalies. He had a reputation for being brilliant, eccentric, and fiercely independent. He had also, controversially, published a few papers on unexplained sonic phenomena in the deep ocean, dismissed by some as pseudoscience, but respected by others for their meticulous data. He was at a prestigious university just a few states south of us. Thorne, I said, looking at his profile online. He might be our guy. He's already dabbling in the weird, and he's got the academic credibility to back us up. Okay, Jesse said, so how do we approach him? Do we just send him the footage? A cold call. Too risky to send the footage blindly, I decided. It's too valuable. We need to make contact first, get him interested. We tell him we've encountered something unprecedented. Electromagnetic interference, an unexplained structure, an anomalous fog. Enough to pique his scientific curiosity, but not so much that he dismisses us outright. We drafted an email, agonizing over every word. It was carefully worded, factual, omitting the most fantastical details, but hinting at something extraordinary. We included our names, our backgrounds as marine mechanics, lending a degree of practical credibility. We emphasized the consistency of the phenomena, the complete shutdown of multiple electronic systems, and the deliberate nature of the fog. We attached a few photos of our fried electronics, my phone, my original GPS, the radio from the sea serpent. Tangible, undeniable evidence of something unusual. We knew it was a long shot, but it was our only shot. The email was sent late one night. Then we waited. The silence was agonizing. Days turned into a week. No reply. We started to lose hope. Maybe he had dismissed it. Maybe he was too busy. Maybe he just didn't care. Then 10 days after we sent the email, I received a reply. It was brief, formal, and to the point. Mr. Davies, I received your intriguing email and the accompanying photographs. While I received numerous inquiries regarding anomalous phenomena, the consistency of your reported electronic failures, and the specific details regarding the localized fog do present a unique pattern. I am intrigued. I will be in the area in 2 weeks for a conference. I would be willing to arrange a brief, discreet meeting to discuss your observations further. Please propose a location and time that ensures absolute privacy. I will require a demonstration or additional evidence if possible. Regards, Dr. Aris Thorne. My heart leaped into my throat. He was interested. He was willing to meet. This was it, our chance. He wants to meet, I told Jesse, practically running to his apartment above the store. In 2 weeks, he wants privacy and more evidence. Jesse's face broke into a grin, a rare sight in the past few months. Yes, I knew it. I told you he'd be our guy. We spent the next 2 weeks preparing for the meeting. We decided to meet Dr. Thorne at a remote, off-season cabin I owned further up the coast, a place where absolute privacy was guaranteed. No one would disturb us there. The additional evidence was the footage, the raw, unedited, terrifying footage from the camera. We had practiced what we would say, how we would present it, anticipating his questions, his skepticism. We knew this was our one chance to make him believe. The day of the meeting arrived, cold and overcast. We drove the long, winding roads to the cabin, the camera secured in a padded, shielded case. Jesse was nervous, constantly checking the rearview mirror. I was a bundle of nerves myself, my stomach churning. Dr. Thorne arrived precisely on time, in a nondescript sedan. He was a man in his late 50s, with a shock of unruly gray hair, sharp, intelligent eyes behind thick glasses, and an air of quiet intensity. He was dressed casually, in a tweed jacket and khakis, looking more like a kindly professor than someone who delved into the unknown. He shook our hands firmly, his grip surprisingly strong. "Mr. Davies, Mr. Harper, thank you for agreeing to meet. I appreciate the discretion." His voice was calm, measured with a faint academic cadence. We led him into the cabin, a rustic but comfortable space with a roaring fire in the hearth. The scent of pine and wood smoke filled the air. We offered him coffee, which he accepted with a polite nod. "All right," Dr. Thorne began, settling into an armchair opposite us, his eyes scanning our faces. "Let's dispense with the pleasantries. Your email was compelling. Your description of the localized fog, the specific nature of the electromagnetic interference, and the complete failure of multiple redundant systems, including shielded ones, is not something I've encountered in any known natural phenomenon. However, as you can appreciate, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence." "We understand, Doctor," I said, my voice steady, though my heart was hammering, "and we believe we have that evidence." I reached for the shielded case, retrieving the camera. Jesse had brought a portable projector and screen, setting it up in the cabin. I connected the camera, and with a deep breath, I pressed play. The footage began, the sea serpent cutting through the vast, empty ocean, the sudden, unnatural fog rolling in, the compass spinning, the radar flickering. Jesse's tense face as he fought the helm. Then the gradual appearance of the black tower, looming impossibly tall, absorbing the light, the amber glow of the archway, the rhythmic thrum, the haunting chimes. Dr. Thorne watched in absolute silence, his eyes wide behind his glasses, utterly transfixed. His academic demeanor slowly peeled away, replaced by an expression of pure, unadulterated shock. His jaw slowly dropped, his eyes widening with each frame. When the figure appeared in the archway, extending its multi-jointed arm, Dr. Thorne gasped aloud. The sharp crackle of the radio, the failing GPS, the radar going black, and finally, the ROV's last, chilling frame of the alien's splayed hand and the burst of energy. He watched it all with an intensity that bordered on pain. When the screen went black, the cabin was plunged into a stunned silence. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, the only sound breaking the heavy quiet. Dr. Thorne remained frozen, staring at the blank screen, his face pale, his breath coming in shallow gasps. Finally, he slowly turned his head to look at us, his eyes unfocused, as if seeing us for the first time. "My God," he whispered, his voice hoarse, barely audible. "My God, it's real, all of it." He ran a trembling hand through his unruly hair, then slowly rose from his armchair, walking to the projector screen as if drawn by an invisible force. He stood inches from it, his fingers tracing the blank white surface where the image had been. "The consistency," he murmured, almost to himself. "The electromagnetic signature, the localized fog generation, the biomorphic design of the vessel, the tower itself, seamless, and that being." He turned back to us, his eyes blazing with a mixture of terror and exhilarating scientific wonder. This is beyond anything humanity has ever conceived. This changes everything." He began to pace the small cabin, a nervous energy now coursing through him. The control over the environment, the localized EMP field that systematically disabled your electronics, even your shielded ones. The energy signature, the organic hum, the sonic chimes, it's all indicative of an extremely advanced non-terrestrial technology. And the cloaking, the way it uses the fog, it's not merely hiding. It's manipulating reality around itself. He stopped pacing, fixing us with an intense gaze. "Tell me everything, every single detail. From the moment you first saw the light in the fog, every sensation, every sound, every feeling. Don't leave anything out. So we did. We recounted the entire saga, from my initial solo encounter, the creeping terror, the hypnotic pull, the desperate escape, to our second, more prepared expedition with Jesse. We described the cold, the metallic tang in the air, the profound silence, the feeling of lethargy, the almost dreamlike state the tower induced. Jesse added his own corroborating details, emphasizing the strength of the current, the deliberate actions of the alien, the precision of the electronic shutdown. We spoke about the amber lights Old Man Hemlock had heard about, the whispers from the outer islands, confirming that others, however vaguely, had perceived something amiss. Dr. Thorne listened intently, occasionally interrupting with a sharp, incisive question, making notes in a small, leather-bound journal he produced from his jacket pocket. He pressed us on the specifics of the electromagnetic interference, the exact sequence of electronic failures, the nature of the pull we felt. The draw, he theorized, his brow furrowed in thought, could be a localized gravitational field, or perhaps a highly focused form of magnetic levitation, designed to guide objects into the vessel. It explains why the water remained still, yet you felt a profound, irresistible force. He then focused on the alien figure. Describe it again. The conical head, no discernible features. Did it seem to move with intention? Was there any indication of threat beyond the shutdown of your ROV? No obvious threat, I replied, shaking my head. It was more like an observation or an invitation. The arm was extended, welcoming almost, until it reacted to the ROV. Then it was a warning, a command. A burst of energy from its palm, Jesse added, his voice still edged with awe. It just pointed its hand and poof, the ROV was gone. Dr. Thorne scribbled furiously in his journal. Fascinating. A direct energy weapon, or perhaps a highly focused electromagnetic pulse emitted from the organism itself. This implies an organism intricately intertwined with its technology, or perhaps even is the technology. A biological machine or a symbiotic relationship. Remarkable. He looked up, his eyes shining with a deep, unsettling realization. This isn't just a structure, gentlemen. This is a highly intelligent, technologically advanced presence, and it's operating on our planet, beneath our oceans, undetected for who knows how long. The weight of his words settled on us, cold and heavy. This wasn't a local curiosity or a maritime mystery. This was a profound, paradigm-shifting discovery. So what now, Doctor? I asked, breaking the silence. We have the footage, we have your corroboration. What do we do? Dr. Thorne took off his glasses, rubbing the bridge of his nose. He looked utterly exhausted, yet simultaneously invigorated. This information cannot remain hidden. This is the single most important discovery in human history. It fundamentally alters our understanding of our place in the universe. But who do we tell? Jesse interjected, mirroring my earlier concerns. The government, the military. They'll lock us up as lunatics or suppress the information. You said it yourself, it manipulates reality. What if it doesn't want to be found? What if it reacts to a wider reveal? Thorne nodded slowly. A valid concern. The entity's ability to cloak itself, to generate its own environmental conditions, and to precisely disable electronic systems suggests a deliberate intent to remain hidden. A premature, uncoordinated disclosure could indeed provoke an unpredictable response. He began pacing again, deep in thought. My academic standing, while respected, is not enough to simply walk into the Pentagon with alien footage. I need more. We need to present this with an air of absolute scientific rigor. We need to be unassailable. More, I asked, incredulous. We have video footage of an alien being and its vessel. What more could you possibly need? Context, Dr. Thorne replied, stopping his pacing. Scientific context. This isn't just about showing a video. It's about demonstrating the nature of the discovery, the consistent electromagnetic signature, the acoustic properties of the hum and chimes, the analysis of the localized atmospheric effects. We need to build a case that transcends mere alien sighting and enters the realm of irrefutable scientific data. But we can't go back there, Jesse said, shaking his head vehemently. Not without better equipment, better understanding of what we're facing. It almost got us. You're right, Thorne conceded, and your shielded systems, while a remarkable feat for a marine mechanic, were ultimately overcome. We need purpose-built, military-grade shielding, specialized sensors, and a much more robust platform. And personnel, scientists, engineers, security. He paused, then looked at us, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of excitement and grim determination. Gentlemen, we need to assemble an expedition, a highly specialized, covert expedition, one that can go back, gather comprehensive data, and return to tell the tale without provoking a hostile response. Covert, I repeated. How are we going to do that? You're a university professor, we're mechanics, we don't have military connections. I have contacts, Thorne said, a glint in his eye. Over the years, working on fringe oceanographic phenomena, I've brushed shoulders with individuals in various government agencies who operate outside conventional channels. Individuals who are tasked with investigating anomalies that defy easy explanation. They may be skeptical, but they are open-minded, and crucially, they have resources. Who are you talking about? Jesse asked, his voice hushed. A branch of naval intelligence, specifically an off-the-books research division that monitors deep-sea anomalies, Thorne explained. They're notoriously secretive, but they have the vessels, the technology, and the scientific personnel to handle something like this. And they might already have suspicions of their own, which your footage could confirm. The idea was daunting. Going to the government, even a covert branch, felt like stepping into a labyrinth. But Dr. Thorne's conviction was infectious, his scientific zeal overriding his initial terror. They won't believe us just because we walk in with a video, I argued, remembering my Coast Guard encounter. Precisely, Thorne agreed, which is why I will be the one making the initial contact. I will present my long-standing research into deep-sea anomalies, referencing patterns that only your discovery could explain. Then I will present the electronic evidence, your fried devices, and your detailed accounts. And then, only when they are fully intrigued and committed to a confidential investigation, will I present the footage. He looked at the camera, then back at us. This footage is our trump card. It's irrefutable, but we must play it at the precise moment to ensure maximum impact and minimum dismissal. We spent the rest of the day in intense discussion, planning the strategy. Thorne would return to his university, begin discreet inquiries, making the initial contact. We would remain here, guarding the footage, maintaining our cover story of extended boat repairs. One more thing, Thorne said, just before he left, his hand on the cabin door. You mentioned a sense of lethargy, a hypnotic pull, a dreamlike disorientation. This is a common reported effect in encounters with certain types of unknown phenomena. It suggests a psychic component, or perhaps a psychoactive frequency that the entity emits to influence perception and discourage intrusion. Be vigilant. Do not underestimate its subtle power. His words sent a fresh chill down my spine. The thought that the entity was not just technologically advanced, but also capable of direct mental manipulation, was deeply unsettling. As Dr. Thorne drove away, leaving us alone in the quiet cabin, the magnitude of what we had done and what was yet to come settled over us. We had opened a door to the unknown, and there was no closing it now. Over the next few weeks, our lives resumed a semblance of normalcy, but it was a fragile facade. Every day I waited anxiously for a call from Dr. Thorne. Every night I watched the footage, scrutinizing every frame, trying to decipher the alien's subtle movements, its intentions. Jesse and I talked endlessly, dissecting every detail, every possibility, every terrifying implication. Then, nearly a month after our meeting, Dr. Thorne called. His voice was guarded, but there was an unmistakable note of triumph. "It's done," he said without preamble. "I've made contact." They were skeptical, naturally, but my data, combined with your detailed accounts of electronic failure and the unique environmental conditions, was enough to secure a preliminary meeting. They want to see the additional evidence. "They're interested?" I asked, my heart pounding. "More than interested, Mr. Davies," Thorne replied. "They're sending a team, highly classified. They'll be discreet. They want to meet you both, along with me, at a secure, remote facility. They'll arrange the transport. Be ready in 2 days. Pack light, only essentials, and bring the camera." The next 48 hours were a blur of nervous anticipation. We followed Thorne's instructions to the letter, packing small bags, securing the camera. We left Mike in charge of the shop, giving him a vague story about an urgent family matter out of state. 2 days later, a black, unmarked SUV pulled up to my house. 2 figures dressed in dark, nondescript suits emerged. They were stoic, professional, their faces unreadable. One, a tall, lean woman with sharp, intelligent eyes, introduced herself as Agent Thorne, no relation to Dr. Thorne, and the other, a burly, silent man, as Agent Miller. "Mr. Davies, Mr. Harper," Agent Thorne said, her voice cool and authoritative. "We appreciate your cooperation. Dr. Thorne has briefed us on the unusual nature of your findings. We are prepared to proceed with the verification of your claims." Her tone left no room for doubt or argument. This was happening. We got into the SUV, the camera case secured between us. The interior was soundproofed, the windows tinted. We were driven, for what felt like hours, deeper into the remote, forested interior of Maine, far from any familiar roads. The journey was silent, punctuated only by the hum of the engine. Eventually, we arrived at a clearing in the woods. There was no visible facility, only a gravel helipad and a camouflaged structure partially built into the side of a hill, hidden by dense foliage. A large black helicopter waited on the helipad, its rotors slowly turning. We were ushered onto the helicopter. Inside, it was sparsely furnished, utilitarian, with only a few seats. Dr. Thorne was already there, looking a little rumpled but alert, a look of grim determination on his face. He nodded to us, a silent acknowledgement of the momentous journey we were embarking on. The helicopter lifted off, its powerful engines roaring, carrying us higher and higher. Below, the dense Maine woods stretched out, an unbroken tapestry of green and brown. Then, the land gave way to the vast, open expanse of the Atlantic Ocean, stretching to the horizon. Our destination was a highly secure, offshore research platform, a remote, self-contained facility disguised as an oil rig or a weather station. It was a fortress of scientific inquiry, designed to conduct classified research far from prying eyes. As we landed on the platform, the sheer scale of the operation became clear. It was a hive of activity, populated by scientists, engineers, and security personnel, all moving with quiet efficiency. The air was crisp, metallic, and carried the faint scent of ozone and advanced machinery. We were led into a shielded conference room, deep within the platform. The room was sterile, functional, dominated by a large screen and various monitoring equipment. Agent Thorne and Agent Miller joined us, along with several other stern-faced individuals in military uniforms and plain suits. Dr. Thorne has given us a preliminary overview, gentlemen. A distinguished-looking man in a naval uniform with the insignia of an admiral began. He had a stern, weathered face and eyes that had seen too much. He speaks of an unknown, possibly non-terrestrial, intelligence operating in our waters, a hidden structure, advanced technology, and a biological entity. These are extraordinary claims, as I'm sure you understand. Our mission here is to verify these claims. Admiral Dr. Thorne began, stepping forward, his voice steady. I understand your skepticism. However, the data accumulated, even from Mr. Davies' initial, unprepared encounter, presents a consistent and undeniable pattern of anomalous electromagnetic and environmental manipulation. He laid out the evidence, the fried electronics, the consistent accounts of localized fog generation, the unique acoustic signatures. He presented his own research, demonstrating how the patterns he had observed in deep-sea acoustics could correlate with the hum and chimes Dave and Jesse had described. The military and government officials listened intently, their expressions unreadable. They asked probing questions, trying to find inconsistencies, trying to poke holes in the story. But Dave and Jesse, their accounts now deeply ingrained, answered with precise, factual details, complementing Thorne's scientific theories. Finally, after nearly 2 hours of intense interrogation, the Admiral leaned back in his chair. All right, gentlemen, we acknowledge the unusual nature of your observations, and Dr. Thorne's scientific reputation lends considerable weight to the theoretical framework. However, a pattern of electromagnetic anomalies and anecdotal accounts, no matter how consistent, does not constitute irrefutable proof of what you are suggesting. He paused, his gaze fixed on me. Mr. Davies, Mr. Harper, we understand you have visual evidence. Dr. Thorne informed us of its existence. It is time for us to see it. My hands, though steady on the camera case, felt cold. This was it, the moment of truth. I opened the case, retrieved the camera, and connected it to the large screen in the conference room. The atmosphere in the room was thick with tension. Every eye was on the screen, every breath held. With a deep, shaky breath, I pressed play. The footage began again, the sea serpent cutting through the vast, empty ocean, the sudden, unnatural fog rolling in, the compass spinning wildly, the radar flickering, Jesse's tense face, the struggle against the invisible pull, the shielded electronics struggling against the interference. Then the towering matte black structure slowly resolved itself through the oppressive gray, the amber glow of the archway, the rhythmic thrum vibrating the hull, the haunting chimes, the silent, seamless black vessel rising from the depths, the ramp extending. A ripple went through the room. Subtle gasps were heard. The Admiral leaned forward, his eyes glued to the screen, his previous skepticism slowly dissolving into an expression of profound shock. And then the alien figure, tall, slender, its charcoal gray body, its conical head, its multi-jointed arm, extending in a silent, beckoning gesture. The burst of energy from its splayed hand, aimed at the ROV. The sudden static burst, and then the complete darkness of the screen. The footage ended, leaving the screen black. The silence in the room was absolute, profound, broken only by the hum of the ventilation system. No one spoke, no one moved. The faces of the military and government officials, previously stern and guarded, were now pale, their eyes wide with disbelief and a dawning, terrifying understanding. The Admiral, his face a mask of utter shock, slowly turned to us. His eyes, which had been so weary, now held a glint of fear and something else, a grim, dawning realization of the impossible truth. "My God," he whispered, his voice barely a sound. "My God, this is real." He looked at Dr. Thorne, then at us, his gaze lingering on the now blank screen. "We have an ETI event, an extraterrestrial intelligence event, on our planet, in our waters." The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. The reality of our discovery, initially overwhelming for just Jesse and I, now began to spread, to infect the minds of the powerful, the decision makers. The secret was out. The world was about to change. Admiral Thorne, regaining his composure with a visible effort, turned to Agent Thorne. "Agent, secure this footage, duplicate it, prepare a full top-level briefing for the Joint Chiefs and the President. This cannot wait." He then looked at us, his expression grim. "Mr. Davies, Mr. Harper, Dr. Thorne, your cooperation in this matter is paramount. You are now privy to information that will forever remain classified at the highest level. You will be instrumental in the next phase of this investigation. Your expertise, your experience will be invaluable." "What next phase, Admiral?" Jesse asked, his voice hoarse, finally finding it. The Admiral looked out the window, at the vast, indifferent expanse of the Atlantic Ocean, then back at us. His eyes were filled with a cold, steely resolve. "We go back, gentlemen. We send in a fully equipped, military-grade expedition. We make contact, and we find out what this entity wants." A chill ran down my spine, far colder than any winter wind. "Make contact," I repeated, my voice barely a whisper. The memory of the alien's splayed hand, the burst of energy, the warning. "We have no choice, Mr. Davies," the Admiral replied, his voice firm. "We cannot allow an unknown, potentially hostile, force to operate unchecked in our strategic waters. We need answers, and we need them now." He paused, then added, his voice low, "This is no longer just about discovery. This is about national security, global security, and quite possibly the future of humanity." The weight of his words settled upon us like a physical burden. We had brought the truth to light, and now the military was taking over. Our quiet lives were irrevocably over. We were no longer just a marine mechanic and a fishing supply store owner. We were now key witnesses, essential personnel in an unfolding drama that would reshape human history. The next few weeks were a dizzying blur of briefings, debriefings, and intense preparations. Jesse and I found ourselves at the heart of a top-secret military operation, our expertise constantly sought, our experiences meticulously dissected. We were debriefed by scientists, psychologists, and military strategists, forced to recall every minute detail of our encounters. Dr. Thorne, now elevated to a lead scientific advisor for the project, was in his element, buzzing with intellectual energy. He worked tirelessly, correlating our observations with existing deep-sea sonar data, satellite imagery, and his own theoretical models of exotic physics. The Naval Intelligence Division, codenamed Project Deep Shadow, assembled a formidable expedition force. It consisted of a state-of-the-art deep-sea research vessel, the the Triton, a repurposed military stealth ship equipped with advanced sonar, electromagnetic scanners, remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, far more sophisticated than anything I had ever seen, and a full complement of scientific and security personnel. The Triton was a marvel of engineering, silent and powerful, designed to operate in extreme conditions and remain virtually invisible to conventional detection. It had its own purpose-built Faraday cages, military-grade shielding against electromagnetic interference, and redundant navigation systems far beyond anything I could have engineered. We were introduced to the expedition team, an elite group of marine biologists, physicists, linguists, and military specialists. Among them was Commander Eva Rostova, a sharp, no-nonsense naval officer with a background in deep-sea operations and special reconnaissance. She was lean, with piercing blue eyes that missed nothing, and an air of quiet authority. She was in command of the Triton. "Mr. Davies, Mr. Harper," Commander Rostova said during our initial briefing aboard the Triton, her voice calm and authoritative. "Your bravery and persistence have brought us to this critical juncture. Your first-hand experience with the entity, its cloaking capabilities, and its influence on electronics is invaluable. You will serve as our primary guides, our eyes and ears on the ground, so to speak, in the immediate vicinity of the target." Jesse and I exchanged a nervous glance. We were just mechanics, not military operatives, but we were the only ones who had seen it up close and lived to tell the tale. Dr. Thorne, standing beside Commander Rostova, added, "Our goal is not aggression, initially. Our primary objective is reconnaissance, data acquisition, and if possible, establishing a non-hostile form of communication. We aim to understand, not to provoke." "However," Commander Rostova interjected, her expression hardening, "be under no illusions. This is a first contact scenario with an unknown, technologically superior entity. While we aim for peaceful understanding, we must be prepared for all contingencies. Our security protocols are extreme. Any perceived threat or hostile action from the entity will be met with a proportionate response." The phrase "proportionate response" hung in the air, a chilling reminder of the military power backing our scientific endeavor. The Triton was not just a research vessel, it was a warship. We were given extensive training over the next few weeks, learning to operate the Triton's advanced sensor suites, its sophisticated ROVs, and its secure communication systems. We were integrated into the team, our knowledge of the local waters, currents, and weather patterns proving genuinely useful. The target area where the Black Tower had risen was now meticulously charted on the Triton's advanced navigation systems. It was designated Anomaly Zone Alpha. Satellite imagery, even from our most advanced reconnaissance satellites, showed nothing but open ocean in that area. The entity's cloaking capabilities were absolute, even from orbit. Its ability to selectively generate and dissipate a localized fog and simultaneously broadcast a powerful, targeted EMP is truly remarkable, Dr. Thorne explained during a technical briefing. "We hypothesize it employs some form of localized atmospheric manipulation and a highly sophisticated energy field that not only cloaks its physical presence, but also jams our conventional detection methods. Our shielded systems on the Triton are designed to withstand these effects, but we must proceed with extreme caution." The day of the mission arrived. It was late January, bitter cold, with a steel-gray sky hanging heavy over the Atlantic. The Triton slipped silently out of a covert naval base, its stealth systems active, disappearing into the vast expanse of the ocean. Jesse and I stood on the bridge, the quiet hum of the advanced engines vibrating beneath our feet. The mood was tense, a mix of scientific anticipation and profound apprehension. Approaching Anomaly Zone Alpha, Commander Rostova announced, her voice calm, her eyes fixed on the array of screens. All systems nominal, deploying perimeter sensor buoys. Passive sonar sweep initiated. The Triton began to slow, its powerful engines reducing to a whisper. The perimeter buoys, disguised as standard oceanographic markers, were deployed, forming a silent network around the target area, designed to detect any subtle changes in the environment, any telltale energy signatures. As we entered the designated zone, the first signs of the entity's influence began to manifest. The ship's internal compass, even with its extreme shielding, began to subtly waver. The ambient temperature on the bridge, carefully regulated, dropped by a noticeable degree. And then that faint, metallic tang like ozone began to permeate the air. Electromagnetic fluctuations detected, a young, sharp-faced technician reported from the sensor station. Consistent with previous reports, shielding holding, but we're seeing some attenuation. Localized temperature drop, 1.5 degrees Celsius, another technician announced. Humidity rising rapidly. Then from the edges of our vision, a milky haze began to coalesce on the horizon. Not a natural fog bank, but the same unnatural shroud, blooming from nowhere, expanding with terrifying speed, engulfing the Triton in its swirling curtain. Fog generation confirmed, Commander Rostova said, her voice betraying no emotion. Visibility dropping rapidly, activating enhanced vision systems. The screens on the bridge flickered, displaying an eerily clear, infrared-enhanced image of the outside world, piercing through the dense, unnatural fog. The Triton's powerful active sonar began pinging the depths, its signals cutting through the interference. Sonar contact, the sonar operator reported, his voice tight with excitement. Massive structure directly below us, rising from the seabed, it's enormous, consistent with initial reports of the tower. A collective gasp went through the bridge. It was here, it was real, and it was beneath us. Visual confirmation, Commander Rostova asked, her eyes darting to the forward screens, which displayed the infrared view. For a long moment there was nothing but the swirling gray. Then slowly, impossibly, a matte black silhouette began to resolve itself through the oppressive mist, looming directly ahead of the Triton. It was unnaturally black, absorbing the scant light, impossibly tall, its angular lines piercing the ethereal shroud. Tower confirmed, Commander Rostova said, her voice now a low, intense whisper. Bearing 005, range 100 meters. Stabilize position. Hold at 80 meters. Do not approach closer without explicit orders. The Triton's advanced thrusters engaged, gently holding the massive ship in place, preventing it from drifting closer to the looming structure. The sheer scale of the tower, even from a distance, was awe-inspiring, terrifying. It dwarfed our state-of-the-art vessel. Then the low, resonant thrumming began, vibrating through the hull of the Triton, up through our feet, into our bones. The same deep, organic hum I remembered, pulsing in a slow, powerful rhythm that seemed to emanate from the very depths of the tower itself. And through the oppressive mist, directly ahead, the faint amber glow pulsed into existence from a large, arched entrance near its base, just above the waterline. It was the same soft, ancient light, distinct and unmistakable, thrumming in perfect synchronicity with the deep vibration. "The light," I whispered, my voice raw. "The archway. It's exactly as I remember." Confirming visual of the structure's entrance, Commander Rostova said, her voice now barely above a murmur. "Dr. Thorne, your assessment." Dr. Thorne, his face pale but eyes gleaming with scientific zeal, stepped forward. "This is precisely what Mr. Davies and Mr. Harper described, Commander. The entity is revealing itself. Its presence is confirmed." Just then a new sound cut through the thrumming, the high-pitched, almost musical chime, echoing from within the amber archway. It was delicate, beautiful, yet utterly out of place, a haunting melody that repeated itself in a slow, hypnotic loop. Acoustic analysis confirmed, a sound engineer reported. "Unique sonic signature, consistent with previous recordings provided by Mr. Davies, appears to be an active, possibly communicative signal." "Communicative," Commander Rostova repeated, her brow furrowed. "Or a lure." "Both, Commander," Dr. Thorne replied. "It has a psychoactive component. Mr. Davies and Mr. Harper reported a sense of lethargy, a hypnotic pull. We must assume these chimes contribute to that effect. Our psychological team has briefed us on countermeasures." Jesse and I instinctively tensed, feeling the familiar, subtle sense of disorientation beginning to creep in, even within the Triton's shielded environment. It was a faint echo of the overwhelming force we had experienced in the kayak, but undeniably there. Maintaining full sensory and psychological countermeasures, Commander Rostova ordered. Ensure all personnel are fully engaged. No one is to be swayed. Then the water directly in front of the archway began to ripple, not from current, but from within, a disturbance from below, just as before. The sleek, matte black vessel, shaped like a monstrous, elongated teardrop, rose silently from the depths. It shed water like a living thing, utterly seamless, without any visible means of propulsion. It was the same impossible boat, now fully revealed in the strange amber glow emanating from the tower's entrance. A section of its smooth hull slid open without a sound, revealing another burst of the same warm, inviting light from within. A ramp, much smaller than the towers, extended from the opening to the water, meeting the surface without a ripple. It was waiting. The chilling melody from within the tower intensified, and the hum seemed to vibrate not just through the Triton, but through the very air around us, resonating inside my skull. "Vessel confirmed," Commander Rostova stated, her voice tight. "Consistent with visual data, deploying primary ROV Sentinel-1. Objective, close-range reconnaissance of the vessel entrance and interior. Maintain full visual and audio feed. Dr. Thorne, Mr. Davies, Mr. Harper, you will monitor all data feeds in real time." An advanced military-grade ROV, larger and far more capable than my little drone, was lowered silently from the Triton's stern. It was a sleek, heavily armored vehicle, bristling with cameras, sensors, and sampling equipment. Its fiber-optic tether was massive, designed to transmit high-bandwidth data and resist extreme interference. I watched the monitor in front of me, displaying the ROV's live feed as it descended into the water, its powerful lights cutting through the murky green. The image was crystal clear, a stark contrast to the blurry, static-filled footage from my own drone. The ROV approached the black vessel with extreme caution, its thrusters barely audible. The alien craft remained perfectly still, its open maw facing us, the ramp extending like a silent tongue. The alien chimes intensified, their psychoactive effect subtly pressing against my mind, a delicate urge to step forward to surrender. Maintaining psychological resistance protocols, I heard a medical officer report over the intercom. Heart rates elevated, but all personnel maintaining cognitive function. As the ROV drew closer, its camera provided astonishing detail of the alien vessel. The matte black material was utterly seamless, absorbing light, appearing as an absence of form rather than a solid object. The archway within the tower's base was perfectly symmetrical, crafted from the same dark, polished material. Then a shadow moved within the amber light of the vessel's opening. Indistinct, tall and slender, but unmistakably a figure. It emerged from the darkness of the archway, framed by the light, and slowly, deliberately, extended a long, multi-jointed arm towards the approaching ROV. The hand, with its long, delicate digits ending in small, dark pads, was undeniably alien, just as I remembered. It wasn't overtly threatening, but the gesture, the silent beckoning, sent a shiver through the entire bridge. "Figure confirmed," Commander Rostova said, her voice now a low, intense command, identical to previous visual data. Anthropomorphic, non-terrestrial. Dr. Thorne, any immediate assessment? "It appears to be observing us, Commander," Dr. Thorne replied, his eyes glued to the screen, "and it's reiterating its invitation. It is aware of our presence and of the ROV. It is not cloaked from us now. It has chosen to reveal itself." The ROV continued its slow, deliberate approach, its cameras meticulously scanning the alien figure. The detail was incredible. The charcoal gray skin, the elongated conical head, devoid of any discernible facial features beyond the overall shape. The articulation of its multiple joints was fluid, graceful, almost mesmerizing. As the ROV closed to within 10 meters of the ramp, the alien figure shifted. Its long arm, which had been in a beckoning gesture, slowly began to retract. Then a sudden, almost imperceptible shift in the air occurred. The chimes, which had been a haunting melody, abruptly ceased. The low, organic thrumming of the tower intensified for a brief, jarring moment, vibrating through the Triton with a newfound urgency. On the screen, the alien figure, its multi-jointed arms still extended in a gesture of silent invitation, remained perfectly still. But something was different. A subtle change in the light around it, an almost imperceptible shimmer that emanated from its form. "Commander, I'm detecting a surge in localized energy readings from the entity," the sensor technician reported, his voice tight, concentrated around the figure within the archway. "It's escalating." Commander Rostova's face was grim. Status of the ROV, Dr. Thorne. Dr. Thorne, his eyes glued to the screen, responded, still approaching Commander. "It's within 5 meters of the ramp. All systems nominal. Camera feed is stable." The alien figure, which had been utterly motionless, now moved, not with the deliberate, almost languid grace of its previous gestures, but with a sudden, sharp, almost violent motion. Its extended arm snapped back towards its body. The delicate, dark-padded digits of its hand clenched into a tight, impossible fist. And then from its chest, where no visible opening or feature had been, a profound, blinding beam of amber light erupted. It wasn't the warm, inviting glow of the archway. This was raw, concentrated energy, a spear of pure light that shot outwards, not towards the ROV, but directly at the Triton. Incoming energy signature, high-intensity, focused beam. The sensor tech screamed, his voice laced with panic. "Shielding systems are maxing out. brace for impact. The Triton shuddered violently, a deep metallic groan reverberating through its entire structure. The lights on the bridge flickered, momentarily dimming, then struggled back to full power. Alarms blared, a cacophony of urgent warnings. On the forward screen, the image of the alien figure and its vessel was momentarily obscured by an overwhelming flash of amber light. Jesse and I instinctively ducked, our hands flying to cover our heads, the sound of the impact a gut-wrenching thud that rattled our teeth. The ship groaned again, then settled, vibrating with a tense, residual energy. Commander Rostova, unflappable even in the face of direct alien attack, was barking orders. Damage report, status of propulsion, helm full evasive, get us out of here. Shields holding Commander, the tech yelled over the alarms, his face pale. But energy absorption was extreme. Hull integrity compromised on port side, minor breach in ballast tank 5, propulsion is stable, initiating evasive maneuvers. The Triton lurched, its powerful thrusters kicking in, attempting to pivot the massive ship away from the tower. But the profound, invisible current, the draw we had experienced in the kayak and the sea serpent, returned with overwhelming force. It wasn't just a pull now, it was a grip, an immense, unseen hand clamping down on our vessel, preventing our escape. On the screen, the amber beam from the alien figure's chest had vanished, replaced by the normal amber glow of the archway. The figure stood still again, its arm retracted, its posture radiating an unmistakable message: stay back. Commander, we're caught, the helm officer yelled, wrestling with the controls. The current is too strong, we're being pulled towards the tower. Deploying secondary thrusters, full power, Rostova commanded, her voice like steel. Dr. Thorne, what in God's name was that? Dr. Thorne, wide-eyed, his face a mixture of terror and scientific awe, stammered, a warning, Commander, a demonstration of force. It didn't aim for a critical system. It demonstrated its power without destroying us. It's asserting its boundaries. It told us not to interfere, and we pushed too far. And the ROV? I asked, my voice trembling, remembering my little drone being fried. The ROV's live feed on my monitor had frozen during the energy burst, then pixelated, and now displayed only static. ROV Sentinel-1 is unresponsive, Commander, the ROV operator reported, his voice grim. All telemetry lost, appears to be completely disabled. The chimes began again, but this time they were different. Not the haunting, inviting melody, but a discordant, sharp, almost piercing sequence, repeating with an insistent, aggressive rhythm. The psychic pressure intensified, no longer a subtle lethargy, but a searing headache, a sharp, disorienting pain that made me gasp. Jesse gritted his teeth, his eyes squeezed shut against the unseen assault. Psychic countermeasures failing, a medic cried out. Personnel reporting severe headaches, disorientation, nausea. It's escalating the psychoactive attack. Commander, the fog, the sensor tech yelled. It's coalescing around the Triton, visibility dropping to zero beyond a few meters. We're being enveloped. The unnatural fog, previously a swirling shroud around the tower, now seemed to actively condense around our ship, clinging to the hull, pressing in from all sides. The enhanced vision system struggled, then succumbed, displaying only an impenetrable whiteout. We were blind, disoriented, under direct mental assault, and caught in an irresistible current, being pulled towards the towering black structure. This is not a reconnaissance mission anymore, Commander Rostova declared, her voice resonating with grim resolve. This is a rescue operation. We are under direct, non-lethal, but overwhelming attack. We need to break free. Helm, full power, all thrusters, reverse course. Break the current. The Triton's mighty engines roared to their maximum, the ship shuddering and groaning under the immense strain. Every thruster fired, churning the water, fighting the invisible grip of the tower. The hull vibrated violently, the sound deafening. We were pushing against an insurmountable force, our technology pitted against an alien power that defied all understanding. For agonizing minutes, the Triton strained, its engines screaming in protest, struggling against the inexorable pull. We moved, but only barely, agonizingly slowly. The distance to the black vessel remained stubbornly static, and then, to our horror, began to ever so slightly shrink. The chimes, the thrum, the psychic pressure, it all intensified, a crescendo of alien will. "We're losing ground, Commander," the helm officer yelled, his voice strained. "The current is too strong, we're being drawn in." "It's not a current," Dr. Thorne cried out, clutching a console. "It's a localized spacetime warp, or a controlled gravitational sink. We cannot fight it with conventional propulsion." Despair, cold and heavy, washed over me. We were trapped. This behemoth of human engineering, this apex of our military technology, was utterly helpless against the alien entity. Then, from the communications station, a new, frantic voice cut through the chaos. "Commander, incoming message. From the tower, it's a direct audio feed, and a visual breaking through our firewalls." A new screen on the bridge flickered to life. It displayed an image from within the amber archway, seemingly transmitted directly from the alien vessel itself. It showed the interior of the alien craft, a vast, cavernous space bathed in amber light, filled with intricate, organic-looking consoles and pulsating patterns of light. And in the center of the image, the alien figure, now standing calmly. Its single, multi-jointed arm slowly rose again, not in a beckoning gesture, but with its delicate digits splayed, just as it had been when it destroyed my ROV. But this time no energy burst. Instead, from its hand, a series of complex, swirling symbols of pure light emanated, hovering in the air before it. Then a voice, not the chimes, not the hum, but a distinct, articulate voice. It wasn't human. It was a series of resonant, almost musical tones, layered with a guttural, humming undercurrent, yet unmistakably conveying meaning. And simultaneously, an instantaneous translation, appearing as text across the Triton's main screen, apparently facilitated by some unexpected breakthrough in our universal translator system, or perhaps delivered by the alien entity itself. The message was chillingly clear. "You have interfered enough. You seek to understand what you are not meant to comprehend. You are a threat to our sanctuary. This is your final warning. Withdraw, return, do not attempt to follow. Do not seek US again. Failure to comply will result in the deactivation of your vessel. You will be left adrift. Your technology will be absorbed. Your presence eradicated." The voice, the alien symbols, and the translated words hung in the air, cold and absolute. The chimes abruptly ceased. The thrumming subsided to its previous rhythmic pulse. The psychic pressure lifted, leaving behind a dull ache, but the immediate, debilitating pain was gone. The fog, still dense, seemed to hold its breath. Commander Rostova, her face ashen but her eyes resolute, addressed the bridge. "We understand the message. It's a clear ultimatum. Dr. Thorne, your assessment of deactivation and absorption." Dr. Thorne, visibly shaken, responded, "It implies not just disabling, Commander. It suggests irreversible assimilation, complete and utter removal of our vessel and potentially its crew. They possess the technology. We have no counter." The Admiral's voice, relayed from a secure channel, came through the bridge speakers, grave and deliberate. Commander Rostova, you are authorized to comply. Break contact. Retreat from Anomaly Zone Alpha immediately. Prioritize the safety of your crew and the preservation of the vessel. We cannot risk further escalation at this stage. It was a retreat, a full, undeniable, humiliating retreat in the face of an overwhelmingly superior force, but it was the only logical choice. Helm full power, reverse engines, Commander Rostova ordered, her voice clear and strong despite the gravity of the moment. All thrusters, full reverse. Execute evasive maneuver pattern Gamma. Get us out of this current. The Triton's engines roared again, and this time the ship began to respond. The invisible grip, previously insurmountable, seemed to subtly loosen. The alien figure on the screen, still displaying its warning symbols, remained motionless, watching. It was as if, having delivered its message, it was now allowing us to leave. Slowly, agonizingly, the Triton began to pull free. The distance to the black vessel, which had been shrinking, now began to slowly, then more rapidly, increase. The amber glow of the archway began to dim as we retreated, shrinking into the fog. The thrumming faded, then the disorienting chimes. The metallic tang in the air dissipated. As the Triton broke free of the immediate influence of the tower, the unnatural fog, which had clung to us so tenaciously, began to rapidly dissipate. It swirled, coalesced, then seemed to evaporate, retreating as quickly as it had appeared. Within minutes, the gray winter sky was visible again, and the vast, cold expanse of the Atlantic stretched out before us. The tower was gone, the black vessel was gone, the open ocean was just that. Open ocean, vast and empty, stretching to the horizon, as if it had never been there. Sonar confirms Anomaly Zone Alpha is clear, the operator reported, his voice shaky but relieved. No detectable energy signatures, no anomalous structures. It's cloaked again, Dr. Thorne murmured, staring at the empty screen. It allowed us to leave, then it vanished. Commander Rostova turned from the forward screens, her gaze sweeping across the bridge. Her eyes lingered on Dave and Jesse. Mr. Davies, Mr. Harper, you have been through an ordeal few could comprehend, but you have also provided humanity with the most profound discovery in its history, and the most sobering lesson. The Triton turned, setting a course away from the anomaly zone, picking up speed. The powerful engines hummed a steady, reassuring thrum, carrying us away from the silent, watchful depths. The journey back to the secure platform was filled with a heavy, pensive silence. The initial shock slowly gave way to the grim realization of what had just transpired. Humanity had met an advanced alien intelligence, and it had been given a chilling, unequivocal command: do not interfere. Back at the secure facility, the debriefing was extensive, intense, and profoundly sobering. The Admiral and his team, having witnessed the footage and heard the translated message, were now fully convinced of the alien's existence and its capabilities. The message had been recorded, analyzed, and confirmed as a genuine, non-terrestrial communication. This changes everything, the Admiral stated, his voice devoid of emotion, his eyes fixed on the empty screen in the briefing room. We have encountered a non-terrestrial intelligence that is not only technologically superior, but also demonstrably capable of manipulating fundamental forces of nature, and it has clearly established its dominion over a significant portion of our oceans. Dr. Thorne, looking utterly exhausted but intellectually ablaze, added, and it views us as a threat to its sanctuary. Its sanctuary, that's a key term. It implies a long-term presence, a deliberate, established hidden domain on Earth. Jesse and I sat there, listening, the weight of the revelation pressing down on us. Our quiet lives were truly over. We were no longer just witnesses. We were integral to the largest secret humanity would ever keep. The decision was made at the highest levels of government. The existence of the alien tower, its vessel, and its intelligence would remain the most profound and protected secret on Earth. A massive global disinformation campaign would be orchestrated to dismiss any rumors, any leaks, any anomalous sightings. Anomaly Zone Alpha would be declared a highly restricted military exclusion zone, ostensibly for deep-sea seismic research. Dave and Jesse, along with Dr. Thorne, were classified as Category 1 assets. Our lives, our movements, our very identities would now be under the constant, discreet supervision of Project Deep Shadow. We were given new, secure identities, substantial financial compensation, and guaranteed protection. But in exchange, our freedom, our anonymity, and our ability to ever speak of what we had seen were gone forever. "You are now guardians of this secret," Commander Rostova told us during our final debriefing. "Your lives will change, but you will be essential advisors to this project. Your unique experience will guide our understanding of this entity. We will continue to monitor Anomaly Zone Alpha, but from a distance, passively. We will learn, we will observe, but we will not approach, and we will not interfere again unless provoked." The Triton was repaired, its systems recalibrated. Jesse and I, after a period of psychological evaluation and adjustment, were eventually integrated into the scientific and technical support staff of Project Deep Shadow. We didn't wear uniforms or carry weapons. We were the civilian face of the project, our practical knowledge of marine mechanics and oceanography proving invaluable in maintaining the covert surveillance assets and analyzing remote data. Our new lives were a strange blend of mundane routine and profound, world-altering significance. I maintained a small, fictitious marine repair shop in a secluded coastal town far from Maine, a cover for my real work. Jesse ran a virtual online fishing supply store, a front for his intelligence gathering and logistical support for the project. We often met in secure, nondescript locations, poring over encrypted satellite data, sonar readings, and energy signature analyses, searching for any subtle shift in Anomaly Zone Alpha. The Black Tower, the silent vessel, the alien figure, they never reappeared in our direct observation. The entity held true to its word. It remained cloaked, hidden, a silent, watchful presence beneath the waves, but its existence permeated every aspect of our new reality. The constant, gnawing question remained: what were they doing down there? What was their sanctuary? What did they want? And what would happen when, inevitably, humanity's drive for exploration, for understanding, eventually led it to push those boundaries again? One quiet evening, years later, Jesse and I sat in my new, secluded cottage, far from the familiar shores of Maine, but still overlooking the vast, indifferent ocean. The stars were bright, reflecting off the dark water. We were both older, changed, haunted by the secret we carried. "Do you ever wonder, Dave," Jesse mused, stirring his coffee, "if they're still watching us, if they know we're here talking about them?" I looked out at the ocean, a cold, empty expanse under the moonlight. "I think they always are, Jesse. They're patient, they're ancient, and they're waiting." The silence stretched, filled only by the distant murmur of the waves. The world outside our hidden lives continued, oblivious to the profound, alien truth that slept beneath its oceans. Humanity believed itself alone, masters of its own destiny, but we knew better. We knew that just beneath the surface, hidden by a veil of fog and an alien will, another intelligence existed. A silent, watchful presence that had delivered its message, issued its warning, and now waited in its dark sanctuary for the day humanity forgot its place and dared to interfere again. And until then, we, the unwilling guardians of Earth's greatest secret, would continue to watch the watchers, our lives forever bound to the impossible truth of the Black Tower in the deep, a chilling reminder that we were not alone and perhaps never truly in control.